Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, March the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. And those of you in YouTube, if you can tell me, because I know I've had some problems with the audio in YouTube. So let me know if you guys can hear me in YouTube. Yes, thank you, Mike. Okay, great. So we have we have a couple of catastrophes here, especially the SQ. Boy, that Hindenburg report, they are a powerful group. SQ. Well, they a report. I'm not going to go into the report, but this is what it's all about. Hindenburg research short report, etc. Okay. So anyway, that hit right about here. I mean, this stock is just cruising along at pre-market, $73. It's all the way down to 57. Had a little bit of a pop. The other one is coin. Coin. I don't know what a Wells. What did it say? Um, Something to do with the SEC and Wells. I don't know what Wells means, but it's not good. So look at this. Coin is down 16% also. Just looking to see. I know I just, it's got to be some kind of a, well, there we go. An SEC Wells notice. So I don't know what that is. I don't know what that means. But anyway, SEC Wells notice, obviously not good. And so coin is now coming into the, we're getting a little bit closer to the 200-day moving average, $60. Yeah, thank you, Vico. I know I could look it up, but I mean, my thing is it's SEC bad, stock down. That's all I really have to know. But yeah, it's that hit after hours actually. You can see the reaction after hours when it was $77. It got down to $64. That move area you see in my 15-minute chart, that is the after hours trading, and it's maintaining that level. In fact, a little bit underneath. Yeah, lots of shares. Well, lots. 282,000 shares at Interactive Brokers available to short for coin. Surprised if you have several brokerages that not one of them had any progress to. All right, what else is happening? There are other things happening. Chewy's an earnings play. Coin continues to move down. Chewy's an earnings play. CHWY is an earnings play. Gapping down. Hmm. Um, ADN. Let's see if it's held its gap. Some of these just don't hold their gaps. Okay, so ADN got up to 191, down to 162, trading higher after the company and Hyundai Motor Company, and a joint venture development agreement. Okay, so that is the reason for ADN pop. Low flow probably, yeah, 27 million. ZVSA is gapping up. Is it still gapping up? No, look at this. So it got up to $4, basically cut in half. This is, well, it's still up 28%. It's a very low float, 3.6 million in the float. Do not see any specific reason for this. This just started trading several months ago. So I don't know. I don't see any news on it. Just looking again, I'm just looking. I don't see any news on it. Reports. No, this is on the 13th. But the bottom line is that it's basically cut in half on the pre-market highs. So Not good. SQZ, not to be confused with SQ. SQZ, a cheap one. It's an earnings play, and they received a buy from Brookline. So it's a lot of volume, a lot of volume. It's up 24%, and that's SQZ. But coming into what, to me anyway, looks like a ton of resistance. Yeah, SMX is just popping up here. Yeah, I didn't see this one. Thank you, Mike. It's at the top of the list right now. SMX leads the transition from linear to circular production through the success in marking steel for, okay, well, I guess there's a market for anything. Okay, SMX, and it's a fairly low float, 11.7 million in the float. Started trading 2 weeks ago. Did it start trading as an IPO or was this a symbol name change? Yeah, so this was a business combination. So this was a SPAC. It turned into SMX. So just like yesterday, I'm going to stick an alert, even though this is not like, I wouldn't call this like a, well, for lack of a better term, a sexy sector. Yesterday's is a biotech. But anyway, let's just see. Maybe, who knows? Maybe this will take out that high of 2 weeks ago and start to rock. This is another SPAC. GBio, some kind of a collaboration with Moderna. GBIO, GBio. Another one though, guys. I mean, look at this, up to 575, pulls all the way back down here. So to develop non-viral genetic medicines, okay. Was that Lion, Gaza? Coin continues down. Coin continues to move down here. I think 60 is the 200-day moving average. So wow, it's getting closer and closer. SNY, Sanofi had some news. I think another collaboration, I think, with Regeneron. Is that correct? Yeah, Regeneron and Sanofi shares are trading higher. Phase 3 trials, something to do with lung disease. So that's a big pop. 7% on 2.5 billion in the float. That is a big pop for Sanofi, SNY. Maybe coming into some resistance around the 53, 54 mark, but that is a big pop. And MQs, I was going to mention that stocks with two-letter stocks with the ending in Q not doing well today. MQ is down 9%, trying to figure out why. And they announced the part, this is Marketa, announced the partnership. For whatever reason, market's not liking it. I haven't read, I'm not going to read all this, but here's your headline for MQ. All right, let's see. Now, I mentioned also the China stocks, KWEB. K-Web was really strong this morning. Yeah, it's still strong, up 4%, 4.6%, guys. So the China stocks are really strong today as we speak anyway. Maybe they'll fade, but right now, K-Web. So let's take a look at some of the individual ones. These are the ones that I saw. Billy, B-I-L-I. So remember, K-Web is up 4%, so this is up 6.8%. That's Billy, B-I-L-I. JD, another one, up. Yeah, it's about in line with what K-Web is up. Futu, F-U-T-U, about in line again with what K-Web. So Billy is kind of leading, if you will. Remember, K-Web up about 4%, and Billy, B-I-L-I, is up 6.8%. I'm sure there are others. I don't have time. Well, I'm sure there are others here. Snap, 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 snap unveils Aries to bring power of its augmented reality to enterprises. Okay. There was a company also that had an AI. I can't remember what it was. Something about AI, and it was a bio, in fact, I think. Now, you can probably anticipate some kind of a refutation. Use another word. I think SQ will come up with some kind of a press release refuting, of course, what Hindenburg is suggesting. I don't know whether they'll come out with it today or tomorrow. I guess the jobs report was really a non-event. All right, guys, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Two very small, excuse me, two very small lists. We'll get them into the main room. I'm just getting you into our Discord room right now. I like the way it's presented there, and I can take a look at what the ones from yesterday really easily. Don't see anything by Goldman. I don't see anything. I don't see multiple downgrades or upgrades. Same stock upgraded or downgraded by multiple brokers. Good morning, Mr. Beast. Welcome to the room. Welcome to Trade Ideas. If by signing up you mean you are a new subscriber, welcome. So I haven't really mentioned the banks this morning. Coin continues down. Nice bounce for SQ so far, but a $3 bounce. Looking to see whether or not SQ is going to come up with some kind of a somehow to counteract the Hindenburg claim. All right, guys. So just looking to see if anything else is sneaking in here to the top. SMX again could be interesting. I have an alert set at the high of 2 weeks ago. If it takes that out, this is again a recent SPAC. So CONL is a so if you don't want to short coin, I guess you can short CONL 1.5 times the daily ETF. So not very many shares available at Interactive Brokers for CONL. And Ibrahim, welcome also. You look like you're new. A couple of new people in the room. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sector. So we're in for we're in for a nice open. SPY is up. So let's take a look at the sectors. I'm going to click from our toolbar. I'm going to click on new and then dock channel bar and scroll down to where it says show more and then the sector status. So it makes sense. Yeah, the SPY is up. So most of all the major sectors are up. So what you're seeing here, XLE, that's the main ETF for energy, XLE. And when you see 100%, that means 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close. So that's what that 100% means. And so when you do a quick look, you can see virtually every sector is very positive compared to yesterday's close. Okay. Now let's take a look at the individual sectors, where they are in relation to the 200-day moving average. Always start off with XLE. So there's energy. There's the 200-day moving average at green line on my daily chart. So it's still below. Staples was getting close. XLP was getting close to recover, but yesterday, of course, everything got knocked down yesterday. So yeah, you see what happened yesterday, though. It did poke its head above it, but with everything else, the market just really gave it up later on in the day. 2 o'clock, and well, 2:30 really was the slam down during the Powell's presser. So there's XLP. So there's two sectors. XRT. Let's take a look at the retail sector. XRT. It's below also. Healthcare. We know healthcare is below. XLI. Industrials. Snap on the move here, guys. Yeah, snap on the move. Of course, all to do with TikTok. So XLE is still holding above. XLE is still holding above the 200-day moving average. Financials, well, we know where financials are. XLF, there's that 200-day moving average. Of course, broke down through it a few days ago. Consumer discretionary, that was kind of flirting with it. Yeah, the same as, it looks very much like consumer staples. a little poke above it early on in the day, but close down below it. Materials should be above it. XLB should be above it. No, another one that's just did the same thing as Staples and discretionary. Okay, so that's still below. Now, communications, we've got our tech stocks and communications. Even though we had the sell-off yesterday, those two should still be, yeah, still quite a bit above. And technology, XLK. So we only have three of the major sectors above the 200-day moving average, and that's technology, XLK, communications, XLC, and materials, XLI. Oh, I'm sorry, industrials, XLI. Only three of the major sectors above the 200-day moving average. So right now, again, with tech, XLK, and XLC, the growth stocks. All right, let's take a look at. There are some other earnings plays I didn't talk about. Steelcase, SCS is an earnings play. Little gap up for it. Steelcase, SCS has some room to maybe the 830 mark. So there's not a lot of room. LFMD is a cheap one, another earnings play. It's up 10%, not very much volume. It's got a shot maybe to the $2 level. But let me just do a sort on my earnings date column. Quickly see where they are, what's happening. So Real mentioned KBH. So KBH had earnings after hours yesterday. The reason I'm not seeing it is just the volume is so light, 21,000. So I've got a minimum and 21,000. I think 20,000 is my minimum. So it might be just sneaking in now. But KBH, yeah, it's got some room, I guess, to 40. Another cheap one, AZYO, another earnings play. Not really that exciting. ACN, if you don't mind the more expensive ones, Accenture, ACN, not very much volume yet, 20,000 shares. Okay, those are the ones on the upside. Take a look at the ones on the downside. So there's CDX. I mean, I saw this one, but again, it's so cheap. It's an earnings play. Chewy, we talked about Chewy, CHWY. And I think that is it. That's it on the downside. That meet my filter requirements. What's the float for a seal case? 82 million. Yeah, I mean, I listen, as Real is saying, I mean, if it can take out 857, I mean, there's a ton of room. There's a ton of room on that weekly chart. Well, what do I use? When you say you guys, I mean, obviously there's lots of different news feeds out there, lots of different people, a lot of people in the room. So there might, I can only tell you what I use. I use Interactive Brokers headline news, and I also use our news to check, excuse me, to check news from previous days. Okay. Now, I could check our news. Well, normally, if it's an earnings play, you'll see the news here, but I also use Interactive Brokers news. But I mean, I can only speak for myself, Mr. T. Truck, TRUP. Let's take a look at TRUP. With the CFO stepping down, yeah, if this is not planned, not very much volume yet in it, but let's see if it's planned. CFO will leave the company in June, stepping down, still serve as a senior advisor, so it hasn't been fired or and it's in June, so I guess there was a plan. So far, yeah, so not very much volume yet, but you're right, 11% down, 13,000 shares. Mhm. I've got this little short in the simulator of GME. Took it after hours yesterday. And why I know is that at GME, I'm hearing it over and over and over again in the gap down. The CDX is it's an earnings play though, right? Yeah, CDTX is an earnings play, trading lower after the company reported worse than expected. So you're saying good news, worse than expected Q4 EPS and sales results. I'm trying to find the good news in here. Probably. All right, guys. Let's see. 9:27, 2.5 minutes before the market opens. So Billy is still leading the charge of the China stocks, guys. I mean, now up 6.8%. And again, KWeb is up, is it 4% or so? No, why did that happen? KWeb is up, yeah, 4%, 4.7%. So a lot of the China stocks are up around that 4 to 5%. But BILI, is definitely leading the charge. BILI, it's up, it's up now up 7%. So when we look at Billy, and man, I think the next high looking left is around 25.71. So that's about $1.60 away, $1.40 away, $1.50 away, sorry. One minute to go. Thank you, William. Okay, guys, so there's 1 minute to little less than a minute before the market opens. Just give me one moment, please. When was that approval? The C for CDTX. Oh, I see. Drops even as FDA, but I guess the earnings release is counteracting that. All right, guys, we're now open for business. So let's have a great trading day. Excuse me. Excuse me. Great trading day, everybody. This is the one I was thinking of. BSGM. BSGM. They put AI. I'm pretty sure they put AI in their press release. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And yes, I will miss out on the ones that just move right from the beginning and don't have any sort of a pullback. Mike C, I should reiterate that. Absolutely. The work you do in the pre-market and during the day in YouTube, very much appreciated. I should not take you for granted. And that goes for a lot of people who, they post just out of, oh, they just post stuff all day long, newsworthy ideas, very much appreciated. Okay, guys, YS. This is another, you know what? I don't think I mentioned this one. Maybe I did. No, I don't think I mentioned this one. I know it's on my list. YS. I think I posted it. Look at SQ, guys. This is almost making a new low. Well, it's making a new market low, but it's almost taking out that pre-market low. With the power of Hindenburg. ARK owns 9 million shares of SQ. That's injurious to her portfolio. Dante, I would say 99.9% it's stock trading, okay? We do have some filters for option trading, but it's not like you think. We can identify stocks that are having abnormal activity option wise. And that might help you identify stocks you might want to trade options, but this is in essence though, we don't scan for options. And that was somebody in our YouTube room asking if this was stock trading or options. So look at the market, guys. So after that, markets are still positive, but putting on a couple of big red bars. Well, guys, I've just been talking about Billy. Billy being kind of the leader here. Billy, look at Billy go. Go, Billy, go. Bili. Billy, kind of the leader of the China surge today. I don't know if there's any specific news for it or if it's just, yeah, I don't see any specific news for it other than, China stocks are, whoa, there's the SQ, guys. SQ now taking out the pre-market low. SQ taking out that pre-market low. Now, the next low looking left on the weekly chart is 51.34. So there's still room. Wow. But again, I don't trade in the first 15 typically. So yeah, I mean, just look at KWeb. KWeb, China is strong. So start to let these, and there's XPAV, of course, China stock, China EV play, XPAV. XPAV, up one day. Well, actually, it's had a pretty decent run, I guess. It's just that intraday, it can be very difficult sometimes. And look at these topping tails that you see. So as an intraday trade, XPEF can be a challenge. So I have I forgot, guys. That's KRE that I got. I don't have the SPY up. Yeah, so the SPY, sorry about that. So it's KRE. So yeah, the regional bank KRE is the one moving down, not the SPY. Sorry about that. Looking at my, I was thinking, well, how come I have a couple of big red bars, and yet everything is up? But if you're looking for a counter trade, let me make sure of that. I mean, wall is moving higher. WAL WAL is moving higher, whereas most of the regional banks are moving lower. Because again, if you look at KRE, the regional bank ETF, KRE moving down, but WAL moving higher. Okay, guys, FRC on the way down here, breaking down through 14. Steel case, yeah, steel case, but it's really got to take out that. If it can take out that 850 mark. No, I'm going to concentrate on the larger caps. I'm just finding that the small caps, they don't have the same trend following or trend will follow. So I'm going to concentrate on the larger caps. I mean, if you still want to look at the small caps, as long as you are a subscriber, I'm still sharing that particular scan. Okay, I've been asked to do something here. Just give me a moment, okay? How am I going to do this? Just give me a moment, guys. I've been asked to. Okay, guys, AZYO, I don't think, is this an earnings play? Yeah, this is an earnings play. AZYO is an earnings play, March 22nd after hours. So, it did have a big, actually, it's taken out the pre-market highs. So AZYO, now, huge level. If somehow, and it's a low float, 6 million in the float. Huge level would be $2. If it can somehow eke out $2, it's got a 436 or so is the next high looking left. Might be too difficult for it to do that, but I'm going to stick an alert at 204 for AZYO and see if later on in the day it can do that. All right. Well, KWAC, KRE, as we speak, yeah, I mean, it's starting to affect the SPY. Okay, well, the ZVSA on the move here, guys. Again, I sort of dismissed this because it hit $4 in the pre-market and fell right back down to 2, but it is starting to move. Volume coming in. That is for the ZVSA. All right, something happening with uranium, maybe? UEC, no, this is maybe just specific to UEC. Okay, so Kerrisdale issued a short report on the stock. So that is specific to UEC. This is not I'm just looking to see if it's an all-time low, not yet. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, coin has had a bounce now. Coin, COIN, has had a bounce. It tried, what did it get to? Got to 61.51, and the 200-day moving average is 60.36. So GBio was another one of those ones that had a huge pop in the pre-market, got up to 577, pulled all the way back down to 415, starting to move again. Volume coming in. Not a low float, 48 million in the float. Okay, so the banks are bouncing now. I'm looking at KRE, big bottoming tail now. Look at the big bottoming tail for KRE. So the regional banks, most of them are probably bouncing. Wall was strong. I mean, it really didn't have the same fall as the rest of the regional banks. WAL, it was strong. There's no red candle here. Look at this, two red candles here for KRE. This is the 915, now the 930 candle. Look at WAL. So WAL is strong, comparatively speaking. All right, KBH on the move here now, guys. Yeah, earnings play. Volume is finally starting to come in. The next high looking left looks like it's around 40.90. Actually 40.33 and then 40.90. So it's a big pop up on earnings. All right, the cruisers. Let's take a look at NCLH. NCLH. If there's any news on this one, yeah. I mean, these cruisers, hard to get too excited about them. So there's Steelcase, SCS, getting closer to that big breakout. 856, guys. That is the high on the weekly chart back here in November of last year. If it can take that out, next high is 950 on that weekly chart. So this is an earnings play. So for nothing in the 10-day daily breakdown, just a couple. GBIO is in the breakout. So that was the news for GBIO in the pre-market soaring on teaming up with Moderna. So that was the news for them. And the VWAP is 454, so it's just a little bit above the VWAP. IMMX is yeah, it doesn't have for me doesn't have enough room as a short. It looks like there's pretty good support around 185-ish. All right, 15 minutes in the book, so let's take a look. EURN has room to 19. There's sort of the next highs. Look, well, actually, I'm wrong. Next high looking left is 1864, so not enough room for me. Well, steel case is getting closer, guys. SCS definitely getting closer. 82 million in the float at 857. Zura, I haven't seen Zura today. No, it's of course the crazy one from yesterday. It is halted. Well, it's halted. That's why I'm off. And welcome back, by the way. ZURA, yeah. So it's halted. Another one that looks like it could be a fade is EURN. I mean, it's getting closer to those highs. I'd like to see it get up to about 1870. Right into this area here. And that might be a nice fade. EURN. A lot of shares available. 1.1 million. Interactive brokers, anyway. All right, CXAI. Now that was a one that started trading last week as CXAI, and the high 204, 222. All right, if it can take out 222, let's stick an alert around 223 for CXAI and see if it happens later on. Because if it can do that, then the next high is 370. FRC must be close to the VWAP, guys. FRC 1409, yeah. So it's very right on, right close to the VWAP. FRC 1404, VWAP is 1409. Yeah. So look at the banks. The banks have been very these regional banks, big bottoming tail to start. Buyers not close it. Tried to close it. Well, not they didn't close it higher, but at least they moved it off the lows. Sellers knocked it down again. Buyers are trying to move it higher. Now, this is not Getty, this is SETI, CETY. This got halted after it really gapped down. So it got halted on the way up. Announces a pricing of a 3.9 million financing and a NASDAQ listing. What is it? Okay. So it's halted. Right now it's halted and potential open 380. This is again, blue screen you see here, blue window you see here. This is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. If you have Interactive Brokers, this is time and sales, and this can give you a clue about where a halted stock can open. Another halt here, guys. DHHC. Is this one of those SPACs? I bet you it's a SPAC. It is a SPAC, yes. One of those crazy ones that now, have they announced who they're merging with? Diamond Head postpones the vote on Great Southern Homes. Okay. On the proposed, so they're proposing a merger with Great Southern Homes. Yeah, you can just look, JK. I mean, look at KRE. I mean, until it settles down, one way or the other. I mean, the trend is definitely down. I mean, there's no question about that. But the buyers are they're trying. Depending on the size of that bottoming tail of this last 15-minute candle. So let's take a look at DHHC potential open 1990, halted at 1735. Okay, guys, CXAI. This could be interesting. I mean, the next high looking left, it was a A SPAC last week. This could be really interesting. The high over here was 222, so it's just a little bit above that high. It popped up to 235, pulled back a little bit. I'm sure it's a very low float. Don't have any float information on it, but I'm sure it is a very low float. Okay, guys, CXAI on the move here. CXAI on the move. Give me one more pop. These SPACs are starting to come alive. Kind of these delayed reactions. I mean, when it started trading as CXAI last week, I mean, it had a decent pop up to five, but we're starting to get some of these delayed reactions now. Hmm. This is not, yeah, I didn't think so. So there will be a lot of short pressure, short selling pressure on this one. I don't think many brokers have shorts available for CXAI. 250 would be a big level for it to get through. 250, 250, 249, 252, 250 again, be a big level for it to break. Psychological, in my opinion anyway, the 50-cent levels for stocks under $5 can be kind of psychological to break through. All right, guys, I've taken some of the CXAI off in case it cannot get through that 250. I'm going to hold on to some in case it can get through the 250. All right, let's take a look at KBH. Back down to the VWAP. Let's see what it does at the VWAP. No, I have the VWAP at 39.56, so 39.51. Hmm. That was a nice fade, actually. I'm looking now on another chart, and yeah, that would have been a nice fade. All right, guys. So G Bio is starting to move here. Come on, CXAI, take out that 250. I'm gonna have to stick a price alert on it. It got up through it, but very quickly, and then it popped right back down. Wow, G Bio guys, this is on the move here. Not in this one. Actually, an AI alert too at 440. See it right there, 440, 486 now. Zura resumed. Actually, a couple of nice ones from the AI. We've got MOV on a short, MOV on a short. Finding even the volume still is not great, but I mean, it's there. Doesn't trade very much. You can tell because it's traded 217,000 shares. That's 38 times normal up to this time of day. So this does not trade very much. And Chewy is a short also from the AI, CHWY. And the next low looking left for Chewy on the weekly chart anyway is 33.96. So that has some room still. Wow, G Bio, look at this thing go now. Why did I have to do this? I mean, I would have been more interested earlier. There are shorts. Come on. It just keeps teasing us at that 250 level, CXAI. Well, there's AI, guys. AI, we haven't seen too much of AI in the last little while, but there's AI. Next high looking left is 25.37. So obviously it has about $1 to that. I'm saying it's getting there, of course. So this crazy DHAC is just opened again, and it's probably going to get halted again. Look at the volume. 119,000 shares, up 104%. I mean, that's why you've got to be incredibly careful. Look, look where it could open. 28. I doubt that's going to hold, but there's the halt. 21.15 potential. This is probably more like 25. Even so, craziness. No shorts available, probably for most. Okay, come on now. Take out that 250 level like you mean it. Okay, so far that VWAP is looks like it's holding KVH for a while anyway. 39.57 is the VWAP, and it is sitting at 39.67, so just a little bit above the VWAP. Okay, Gil, I'm trying, this is from our YouTube room, trying to build an intraday alert scanner that will recognize stocks which are consolidating and the breakout will be at the high low of the day. Any idea how to execute it? Well, I haven't used this. We do have a couple of consolidation breakout alerts. If you, but I haven't used them, and I don't know if I've ever actually attempted to do it. I find consolidation kind of hard. But anyway, if you can follow what I'm doing, if I'm going to right click on an alert window, click on configure, and then I'm going to click on search. I'm going to click on consolidation. Okay. So here we have a 5 minute consolidation breakout, 10 minute, 15, 30. Okay. You can try these. Okay. And then if the breakout's at the high of the day, so you can, the problem is that this is what I would do is I would use this in conjunction with the position in days range filter and put the if you've ever used that filter before, put it say within, I don't know, 5% of the high of the day. So the min at 95%, if that makes sense. So that at least if there is a consolidation breakout on one of these time frames, it will be near the high of the day. Does that all make sense? And I have no idea. I haven't used these consolidation breakouts. Um, I don't know if I've ever have, but we do have a filter that looks like this, or no, sorry, an alert that looks like this. So what I would do is try it. Try these different ones, maybe a 5 and maybe a 10, maybe I don't know. It's up to you. And then, but again, then the position in the day's range position in the day's range, add that filter and maybe put, now it's going to be up to you, maybe 95 to 99. So minimum. So that'll make it within 1 and 5% of the day's high. So if it does break out of that 5 minute or 10 minute, whatever you decide to choose, it should be close to the high of the day. Now on the low side, you just do the flip. So the max you want to be only say, between 0 and 5 or 1 and 5%. And then you would use the flip. So there we have the consolidation breakdown. Okay. So this is the breakout on the high side. Then we have the consolidation breakdown on the low side. So again, use that. I would create two alert windows and then experiment. Let me know if it works for you. I mean, it'll work. I mean, you can create it. Then also put in a maybe the price range you like to trade, maybe a minimum volume, maybe even want to add relative volume, because I have no idea. You don't want to be inundated with alerts. And then the rest really is just experimentation and seeing what sort of alerts you're getting from them. Okay. All right. So unfortunately, CXAI did not take out 250, so I'm all out of that one. It looked promising. I still have an alert set for the, I think it's for CXAI. I think I have it for 250 something. I think I got rid of them. Okay, so I'll stick an alert here. See if later on it takes out the high of the day. Disappointing, it was trying to get through 250. And that's why I think that, the 50-cent levels can be difficult to get through for stocks under $5. My opinion only, of course. Okay, EURN. Well, I wanted it. Yeah, I mean, I just lost sight of it. I said I was hoping it would get close to the 1870s, and that, of course, it did. It got up to 1885. Looks like it's coming into some resistance right up there. I wish I had seen that just a little bit earlier. Well, I mentioned Chewy, guys, and down it goes. I mean, it's another earnings play. So two earnings plays on the way down. Movado, MOV, still not very much volume. What's the spread on this? It's not terrible. I mean, 27.45, 27.56. I mean, it's not ideal, but it's not terrible. Sly Firefly, hello back. I love these pseudonyms that people pick. Keep an eye on this ALDX. It's another AI alert, but look at it. It's a red bar ignored actually on the 15-minute chart. Red bar ignored. There's a green candle on the way up. Second candle, that 945 candle, totally engulfed by the previous candle. Plus, I think the added bonus of a big bottoming tail. So, the sellers tried, but the buyers at least closed it here. And then the buyers have taken over again. 871 would have been a good alert. And what's the float? 56 million in the float. And another one that got halted and now resumed. This was a 10-minute haul for Inca, INKA. Ah, this is another SPAC, guys. Another SPAC on going crazy today. INKA. Again, if you don't know what a SPAC is, these are companies that they look to merge. They're created with the idea that they will find a company to merge with and take that company public. And then the INKA will cease to exist. A new symbol will be created, and that company, and that's was the rage in 2018 for about a year. But now we're starting to see, every now and then we get, and now this is not, usually what you can see is who they are going to, shareholders, okay, merger with a data firm. Ah, no. Have approved the planned merger with data firm Near Intelligence. What does that sound like? So these companies are wanting to merge with AI type companies. I mean, I don't know specifically what this Near Intelligence does, but when a lot of those facts were happening back, 2018, 19. A lot of them, of course, were all over the EV plays, electric vehicle, or that sector. So they try, to merge with a company that, is should be of interest. Bios are usually good. Biotechs. Rumors circulating a streaming deal with Apple. Interesting. What does that mean? Or what does that actually mean? A streaming deal with Apple, I wonder. I mean, would it be like what Prime does? They've got their own movies and series, etc. But then they've also got deals with Paramount, and so that when you go to Prime, you can pick other streaming services. Is that what Netflix is maybe looking to do? That you can sign up for the Apple streaming service from within Netflix at a discount of some sort? Okay, guys, we have our first one in the 10-day daily breakdown, and that is Chewy. CHWY. Now, the next low looking left is 33.96, so it's got some room, some room. $1, it's $1 from that. It's $1 from that to the next low, looking at a weekly chart. I'd like to see it move a little further away from 35. All right, guys, I'm in. Now, this is also an AI alert. If it gets back to 35, I'm out, but looks decent right now. I'm in at 34.88, so let's just see. I wish I had a little bit more room. When I say that, I'm talking about looking left on that weekly chart. Now, I will say this about my 10-day daily breakdown. I find that the ones that are a little more expensive aren't well, they're a little more, I would say risky, more volatile. Can't take as many shares. So, this is sort of at upper end, I think, of my price range. Yeah, $35. You see, it's at the absolute upper end. I have half a mind to reduce that to say 25, but I find the ones that are under 20 seem to have the bigger moves. Look at CXAI. Well, that's why you got to be careful. You can't wander away from your computer. The CXAI. I mean, that looked awesome. I mean, that looked really, really good. That was going to take out 250 in a big way. Remember YS? YS was ripping higher. Not shortable for me. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. YS. China stock was ripping higher in the pre-market. Got up to 1048 after hours yesterday. I don't know if I had some news. All right, Chewy. Now I don't expect a huge move just because of that weekly chart low, $34 or so, 33.96. So yeah, I don't expect a big move, but continue to hold for a while. Who is your broker user error? Who's your broker that you have shorts on CXAI? All right, Chewy. Okay. Scratch that, guys. I think I'll keep the $35 in. Who's your broker user that you have shorts for CXAI? Just out of curiosity. No shorts at Interactive Brokers. Trade Zero. Trade Zero. Okay. Hey guys, I've covered some of the Chewy. CHWY, covered some. Again, I just don't see it having a huge move. 34 looks like there could be some support there. So, all right, let's take a look at some of these races now. These are large cap races, and I actually think they're shoot, yeah, boy, that urine, whatever it's called, Euronav, EURN. Yeah, well, it gave me what I wanted. I wanted it to get closer to the 1870s, and it certainly did that. I was going to short it, but I just got wrapped up in other stuff. Okay, guys, I'm out of the chewy. As I said, fast trade. I didn't expect too much because $34, $35 stock looked like it had some support around 34. So just a quick trade. Okay, guys. Keep an eye on the ALDX. I mean, if you see break nine, what is its all-time? I mean, it's a big break here. What if it started trading? Okay, so highs back here. This is you got to go back not quite 3 years. Well, November of 2021 to get these highs for ALDX. Not 3 years, but my goodness, ONON. I know somebody mentioned it earlier. Interesting day yesterday. Look at that. I got up to 29.20, and then the sellers knocked it down to 27. This has just been a fantastic earnings play, really. This was its earnings release or the reaction on the 21st. And like a lot of stocks, I'm sure a lot of stocks are going to look like this from yesterday, big topping tails and then a drop. But look at this, continuing to move higher, ONON. I think I'll put the SPY back on now instead of K. Ooh, look at SQ, guys. This is an interesting break for SQ. 61.55 could get it running a bit. I'm that they're going to come out, SQ is going to come out with some kind of a press release saying this is a bunch of bull, and that'll pop the stock probably a bit. Ultimately, somebody will be right. I'm not doubting Hindenburg at all. I'm just saying, typically that's what a company will do though when they get slammed by a short seller report. They try to come out and defend. Yeah, too bad I couldn't take advantage of it. For real. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, I mean, no kidding. It's exactly what I was kind of hoping for. Pop up into this area and then fade off it. Okay, let's take a look at some of these. How's KBH doing now? Yeah, it's still hanging around the VWAP. SQ guys. SQ on the move here, guys. Again, it's, horrible news for, bad short seller report. But it's trying to rally here. I mean, it's rallied off the bottom, 56, 61 now. How much further it goes, I don't know. The next high looking left on the 15-minute is about 65. Okay, there's a high up here around 65 for SQ. But I'm trying to see an advantage here, looking at, the VWAP, 200-day moving average. It's more of a guess right now. This could move higher. So to me, it's not worth it. I should have flipped the script for Chewy, CHWY. I did not do that. But again, it's more of a guess that it'll keep. I'm just looking at, linear regression channels and things like that. I'm not seeing a big advantage. Okay, wall finally. WAL guys, WAL. Again, I have this KRE up and running instead of the SPY because it's a little more interesting. So WAL 3418 is the VWAP. Well, WAL, it's a bit of a spread issue, but this can move so much. And FRC moving down also, FRC moving down also. Low of yesterday was 1295, and then the low was 1152. That was the low of all of these days here. So yeah, as William keeps saying, I didn't take the SQ, but if you were following it, you had a little more, not quite as conservative as I am, but look at that. Look at that SQ move now, guys. Well, real even on my rinky-dink 5-minute chart on, I need to show you there it was right there. But for EURN, CUEN, okay, CUEN announces a reverse stock split, 47-cent stock. What is the ratio going to be? 1 for 13, and this will be effective tomorrow. Well, we had a week of stocks that were doing reverse splits. I can't remember when it was, a couple of months ago maybe, when they were exploding. Especially if they do the reverse split tomorrow, and then maybe even tomorrow or the next day they come out with any sort of a press release. So, boy, that's going to put the float. I mean, they're doing a 1 for 13 reverse split. They only have 12 million in the float, so it's going to be less than a million in the float. Again, if you're wondering why a company does a reverse split, usually it's to regain a NASDAQ listing requirements, among others. Usually they have to have a stock price over $1. So multiply 0.47 times 13. Of course, that'll be over $1 tomorrow. Ooh, chewy on the way down again. It's pretty erratic. Look at that CXAI. How super disappointed. And I really thought, boy, when it took up that 250, you might have a run, get close to the 3 level. Okay, guys, let's see. Just looking at a couple things on my. So coin is another one that, who knows? Maybe you'll have a bounce of some sort. I mean, it's had a bounce, obviously, off the 60 level up to 66, but again, will they come out and say, hey, this SEC lawsuit, we're going to defend? That looks pretty bad. They'll take enforcement action against the company. Wow, that looks pretty bad. But as William said earlier, SEC doesn't seem to lack the teeth or the resolve to follow through. I mean, I have no idea what's going to happen with coin, but wow, look at SQ. Well, again, congrats anybody who took it. A lot of shorts available too. 10 million at Interactive Brokers. So the big star of yesterday, Zura, now fading. Let's see what's happening with that DHHC, the same sort of thing. GHHC is actually halted now also. How's the Inca doing? INKA, all these are SPACs, right back down. Ah, man, I wish UEC had some more room. Okay, so if you type, I finally remembered Pepe. So the question is, where do you find the shorts in Interactive Brokers? If you type in the search, type in SLB, okay? Type in SLB, and that will bring up a box. Well, I probably have to do a couple other things, but that brings up a box, and this will tell you immediately how many shorts are available. I have this box up and running the whole time. It's on another monitor. Now, you can also, if you don't want to do that, you can just hover over the shortable right underneath the order entry with the symbol. It says shortable, and if you hover over it enough, that little box will pop up also. If you don't want to have this box up all the time, but if you type in SLB in the search in Interactive Brokers, you'll be able to have that box. Wow, this KC is on the move here. Saw it earlier. Big float. Big float for KC. Quarter of a billion, but this is a mover. Now the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 715. But I'm actually looking at a potential short on this one, KC. 192,000 available at Interactive Brokers, so plenty of shorts available. Okay, guys, Alto. Alto is another one that's starting to move higher here. Alto, ALTO, little breakout, and it has no news that I can see. I don't see any news today for it, for KC. Might have had news earlier and it might be like a few days ago. And it might just be one of those deals in which it's just continuation on whatever news it had. It has earnings on the 29th, it appears, for KC. Do they China stock? Is this an education stock? No, not education. Okay. And Coin is doing the same thing, Rob. Coin is doing kind of the same thing as SQ. I mean, it's coming back also. I think, I mean, Coin is definite news. SEC Hindenburg it's a very strong opinion by Hindenburg, of course. But Coin is definitely having having a nice rally here. The next high looking left is 70.74 on the 15-minute chart for Coin. So when you say invest on it, a China education stock, is there any specific way to invest on it? I'm not sure I understand the question. If you're talking about, oh, trade it. Okay. Well, I mean, it's like whether it's China education or any other stock, you just have to look at the pattern. I mean, I don't look at China education stocks any differently than I look at any other stock that I might want to trade. I mean, it's not, sometimes what you'll see is, the China education stocks are trading a bit as a group. KC is not. Okay. KC is not. It's a cloud-based company, but like TAL. Sometimes you'll see TAL. TAL is one of the more known China education stocks. So if you look at TAL, and you look left, it's got some room, 714. EBU is another China education stock. Let's see if it's doing the same sort of thing. It's doing the same sort of thing as TAL. Now, does that mean that doesn't mean anything in terms of, yes, take the trade just because it's China education? It's like any other stock. How's it setting up? What does it look like? Look left. Does it have room? For me now, where's that VWAP? It's just that sometimes you see a stock and moving and you realize, oh, that's a China education stock. Let's take a look at some of the other ones. Are they doing the same thing? GoTo is another one. GOTU. Let's see if it's doing the same thing. Understanding, of course, though, that China is strong today. So GoTo is not. I mean, it looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance. But KWeb, KWeb is still strong. I mean, that's a proxy for China stocks. So I mean, KWeb is super strong today, and so you'll probably find that most China stocks are up. It's Q. Let's see. Okay, there's a little bit of a breakout here now for KRE, a little bit of a breakout. If it gets over this 43.78, you kind of see this green candle. So my guess is that, FRC and Wall and a lot of the other ones are moving higher. All right, guys. Well, GME is not quitting today yet. Anyway, got all the way down to 22.40, and so it's put on $2 since the low in the pre-market. All right, guys. It's almost 11 o'clock, so yes, you know what time that is. I'm a little late, but I'll talk a little bit about my homepage and all the information you can find on it. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use. Now, as I said yesterday, if you have a monthly subscription right now and you're looking to take out an annual, I can give you a 25% promo, okay? And or if you want to take out an annual right now, I wouldn't though, unless you should have had at least some monthly experience with trade ideas. I wouldn't hop into an annual as your first purchase of trade ideas, okay? But again, if you're a monthly subscriber right now and you want to go annual, I can give you a 25% promo. Otherwise, here's a promo you can use, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So you click on that Get Trade Ideas, show you how much it costs. So we have the four plans: annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual premium is 2,000, less the 15%, less the 25%. I mean, if you want to go annual right now from a monthly, I can get you 25%. And as a watch list, I mean, this is what you're presented with. GBIO 440 and actually got up to 5. I guess ADLX 867, nice one, 901. Chewy was a decent short to start. So that's what it looks like. That's the big difference between our standard service and our premium service. This is the monthly rate: 118 for standard, 228 for premium, less the 15%, first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you would pay going forward. And as always, you must do the Let's Get Started to get started. Okay, you must do it. It'll run you through your download and installation, your first startup and login, etc. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 videos. If you are new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. Okay, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So again, if you're brand new to trading, I really suggest you take a look at this course. I do a stock of the day video right here. You can sign up for it, free, of course. Trade of the week is free, sent to you before the market opens Monday mornings. Don't think, I don't know if it got stopped out. The trade of the week was NEM. Somebody can tell me if NEM got stopped out. May not have. It did trigger on Monday briefly. And then education, big education section. So here is our user guide. Don't get hung up on how big it is. You're just starting out. Again, here's that getting started section again. You should know what an alert window is, the A window, a top list, a T window, and the stock racing. If you click on the stock racing, you'll have 4 videos that explain what stock racing is all about. And here also, these are clickable: the race startup and configuration, etc. And daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve. I will confirm that. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week, but I will confirm that. Sometimes Andy and he switch. And again, before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the room so you can head over and listen to Steve for that for his hour between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern time. And then here are my scans. So again, if you click on my homepage link, you have to scroll down, okay? If all you're interested in are my scans, you click on my homepage link, you have to scroll down. And here are the scans that I'm sharing. What I use in the pre-market act is up and down. These are now. I'm only showing the one race now, the large cap. But if you want the smaller cap ones, this that first race is that one. But I'm only showing the larger cap one right now. Here's my 10-day daily breakout and down. There's that pulse resumes. Okay, so I have some other scans, of course, if you want to take a look at them. So if you do take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you would use my homepage link, and then you can click on this code. And also, if you save my homepage, then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want. I do change them up from time to time, and of course, the education section. All right, guys. Let's see. Okay, so I'm not getting too many new alerts right now, so I think I'll take this opportunity also just to talk a little bit about Trade Ideas. There are new people. So Trade Ideas, we are a scanner. We are a screener and a scanner. There are a lot of screeners out there, and I'll explain what the difference is, but we are a real-time scanner also. So for instance, I'm sharing my scans, of course. We have a lot of scans up here. If you click on New from our toolbar and then click on Dock Channel Bar, I'm going to show you, these are theme-based channels. So this is the momentum channel. So what you're seeing here, this is an alert window. We call it momentum, and this is essentially the same scan that I have in my homepage in the scan section. I call it Momo. Okay. So if you're wondering what a scan is looking for, including mine, but any scan that we've got here in the different channels, all you have to do is just right click and configure and summary. Okay, so this is the screening aspect. I say a lot of screeners out there, but this is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas. So in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day. These are the two key filters. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes 400% of normal. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. So you might say, well, wait a minute, NCNA. Well, since if you had this up and running, the last alert you would have had would have been 10:48. It's 11:01 right now. So that means that since 10:48, there have been no stocks that have met the filter requirements and made a new high for the day. So let's take a look at NCNA. My guess is that it's pulled back now. Yeah, look, you see there was the high up here, and then it's pulled back. The reason I know that is that if NCNA had made another new high, you'd see it over and over again. So if you liked this scan, and again, I'm sharing this scan. I have a slight variation of it, but I am sharing this scan. But any other scan that you see in our channels, and you wanted it part of your layout, all you have to do is you just right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. When you do that, it's popped up on one of my other monitors. So what you're doing is you're taking it out of this layout. Okay, you're taking it out of this layout, and now it's free floating. And now you can either save it to the cloud right now, right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Now it's in your cloud. Or before you do that, maybe you want an adjustment. If you right click, again, click on that configure, click on the summary. Maybe you want a different price range. Or maybe you want it between 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50. You just go and make the change. I click on the summary, you see how it is now changed to 10 and 100. So all I'm really trying to show you is if you like it exactly the way we created, great, save it to the cloud, or you can make a change if you want to. And when you get used to using trade ideas, you might even want to add maybe you've come across a filter that you like, maybe you want to add one or subtract one. Maybe you don't like a couple of these. I mean, it's up to you. The bottom line is we've created enough scans, I think, for you that even if you didn't want to learn how to create your own scans, I think we've got a lot of different types of setups that should interest a lot of different people, different types of trading styles. However, obviously, if you do want to create your own scans, you can. Right click, configure. Instead of summary this time, I will click on search. A little bit slow here. Do it again, right click, configure. I'll click on search this time instead of summary. So when you see all these icons, these are all the real-time alert icons. And start, it's topped off with the new high and the new lows of the day. And if I scroll down, when you see these icons, these are our filter icons. Do not get hung up on how many we have. Okay, you don't have to learn them all. The reason we have so many is that because when the company started, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So they had to create enough different alerts and different filters so that we've got thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles out there. So we felt that if we create enough alerts and filters that the majority of our customers could create a scan that they're looking for if they want to create their own scans. Okay. So don't get hung up on how many. I probably use 0.5% of them, and that's it. And again, what I've gone through right now is not meant to show you how to use trade ideas in its entirety, of course. It's just an overview. And again, you should do the get started. It explains alert windows and top list windows and things like that. And it'll explain the races. Well, guys, that KC turned into a pretty decent short. Nothing dramatic, but let me explain the races in a little more detail. Again, all this is in the user guide. Okay, so just to explain what you're seeing here, all races start off from a top list window. So if I open the top list that this is coming from, and it's called the biggest percent cap mover since the start of the race. Okay, I know it's not named the same in my on my homepage. Maybe over the weekend I'll get the gentleman who looks after my homepage. I'll get him to make the change, but So before we had races, the purpose of a top list window is any column header you had, you could sort on it. Okay, so this is the change from the open. Let me just get it in text so you can see. So that is the change from the open percent. Okay, so if I want to, I can double left click rapidly. And right now it's telling me that Billy has changed 11% from the open, AI 10%. I'm sorry, from the close of yesterday. Okay, if I do it from the change from the open, the opening trade of the day, you'd see there's not, well, these are the large cappers. Okay, so AI 9%, AFRM 9%, etc. So that's all well and good, but how are you going to use this to help you trade? So let's take a look at W. Okay, W is at 5% from the open. What if all of a sudden it started to, well, there it went, 5.2%. What if it really started to move a bit? Now it's up 6%, 8%, maybe it gets even up to the top here. Well, how are you going to really follow that? I mean, unless you stare at a list like this all day long, which would be crazy. So that's where the races come in. I'm just really trying to show you, and you can create your own race from your own top list. This is what this is looking for, this top list window. Why are the stocks in there? Yeah, as long as they're between 10 and $50, 500,000 shares have traded, up 2% from yesterday's close. The market cap is at least 500,000,000 and the float is 50 million. That's what, so if a stock meets all of these filter requirements, it will be in this list. And now off to the races. So I run 4-minute races. Why am I running 4-minute races? There's no real reason. Look at KC. Yes. There's no real reason. I mean, I pick 4-minute races. You can run a 3-minute race. You can run a 5-minute race, a 10-minute race. It's all customizable. Okay. I pick 4 minutes and I'm not even sure why, but I've stuck with it, for the months that we've had the racing concept. So what is this telling me right here? CCJ at 0.5%, 0.57%. Since the race started, almost 3.5 minutes ago, this has moved the most. CCJ has moved the most. And now look what's happened. See what happens is there's jockeying for position, just like any other race. All these stocks start off the same position, and then the race begins. And whatever stock is moving the most, you will see it that you'll see it starting to move up the leaderboard. Okay. Now these do not look that dramatic. In the other race that I'm sharing, you will see some moves of 5, 10, 15%. But they're very volatile. And I've decided that, especially if you're new to trading, this is probably a better way to go to start off with. Doesn't mean just because a stock only moved, 0.3% or 0.5% or even 1% that it's not worth looking at. Of course it is. Because take a look at, well, there's LBRT just won the last race. Let's just take a look at it. So you can kind of see right here that maybe if LBRT takes out 1250, this may have a run in it. The next high is, I wish there was a little more room looking left. For instance, if the next high looking left was way up here at 1330, almost $1 away, that would probably look a little better. But these stocks are not going to be as volatile as the other race that I used to show. But I think for new people and even for myself, the problem with the other race is that, yeah, the stocks would move higher, they'd be very volatile, they'd move, and then they would just drop. Not a lot of trend following or continuation. Now we may get, in this market anyway. Now a week from now, 2 weeks from now, we may be in a different market. But the other beautiful thing about it, in my opinion, is that it automatically creates a watch list for you that you can follow all day long. If you're new to trading, one of the things about trading, it can be overwhelming. You can be clicking, if you have trade ideas, and you might be clicking on alerts. You might have a lot of my scans. First of all, don't have them all. You'll be clicking like mad all day long on different alerts and getting nothing done. Okay. So what this does is it allows you to focus just on 10 stocks, just 10 stocks all day long. John's just being a bit of a jerk. Okay. I shouldn't say jerk, but he's just playing around. So again, you can look at these. Now, here's where, you've got to practice trading, and that's why we have a simulator. So for instance, again, you look at the CNK. It won two races. And by the way, why does the stock make the list? Well, what the three beside AI means it won three races today. FRC won two races. Sometimes you'll see at the end of the day a stock has won 10 or 15 races. Obviously, you should follow it. So you again, and what Real is saying, this is why I'm going to talk a little bit about the simulator. When you start, you don't really know what your style is going to be. I mean, I'm more of a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the highs or the lows of the day. I'm not as big a pullback player, though I'm getting a little more used to it now that I'm starting to use the VWAP a lot more. But the idea, though, is that you really have to develop your own style. And that's why we have a simulator. So the simulator uses our real-time data. All you need is our standard service. And I mean, I cannot emphasize enough. Before you start trading, you better practice. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money, with a live account. Now, making money in a simulator does not necessarily mean you'll be able to do it, when you start trading live because emotions come into play. But the simulator is very easy to use. This window is what we call Brokerage Plus, and all you have to do is click on New from the toolbar and click on Brokerage Plus, and this window will show up. You may have different columns, okay? I'm not sure why these columns are showing up. This is an old one. Let me just do something here. There we go. These are the columns I like, okay? Doesn't mean that has to be the columns you like. But what'll happen is when you load it, it'll say not connected down here. You're right beside the ask. Now, if you can't see this box, it's probably because it's not, you might, I mean, if it's shrunk down like this, just have to stretch it out. Okay, grab the right-hand corner and stretch it out. And that should say not connected. And all you do is you click on Sim underneath Brokerage Plus, puts you into our simulator. It'll change to account. Click on that, and then it's simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. So if you wanted to trade something right now, oh, look at that EURN. Yeah, fantastic short. Fantastic short. The KC was a great short too. I'll take some credit for that one. And now look at it, it's coming right into the VWAP. Will the VWAP hold it or will it bounce off it? So let's just take a trade. We'll just take a trade and just to show you how you can do it. With Chewy got chewed out again, guys. Wow, this that was short this one early, made a little bit on it and covered, and it popped up. I would have. Ooh, just give me a moment, please. I'm trying to help the developers. Something goes haywire with my single stock window every now and then, and they've been trying to figure out why this is happening. So give me a moment, please. Red. Yeah. Just give me a moment. I have to give a log file to the developers so they can take a look to see what's going on. Okay, so just give me a moment. 58032. Okay, guys, just had to send this file to them to find out why this is happening. Let's take the GME short. Okay, let's just show you. Let's take a short of GME. Now I don't have it here, so I will type it in. Okay, typically what happens is you just have to click on a symbol. Okay, and it'll show up. Okay, it'll show up in the box here. Then you pick how many shares, etc. I don't think I have GME anywhere that I can click on it. So I'll just type it in. So we pick how many shares. Let's do a couple of hundred shares. We're going to short it. We're going to go right in at the market is a couple penny spread, so we can sell right and send it. So you see now I'm in a GME short. Now, if I want to get out of this short, I just have to flatten it. All I have to do, if I were in a series of trades right now, I would just highlight the one I want to get out of and flatten it. Okay, or I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position. Okay, so you can see right now in at 28.80, 23.81 on the short is now at 23.71, moving down a little bit. And again, I'm not saying I would take that short where I did. It was, in fact, I probably wouldn't. The VWAP is fairly close. I just want to demonstrate how you can do it. Okay, now I think what I'll do is do a little, I haven't done it for a while, a little bit of money management. There are new people, so let me, let's see, take a trade and demonstrate a little bit of money management. Pick a relatively inexpensive stock. Okay, let's say I wanted to take this Alto. Okay, again, this is just for demonstration purposes. I want to take the Alto. You see, I clicked on the alert, and it's showing up here. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. The bid ask is only a penny spread, so I can go and buy right at the market and send it. Okay, so I'm in this trade, 500 shares at $1.59. So again, if you're new to trading, there's an important concept. When you get in, first of all, how I trade is I will have some kind of a checklist, okay? And if I cannot check every box, I won't take the trade. Doesn't matter what my checklist is. I mean, a lot of the things that I trade, I, when I see it as an alert, most of things will already have been checked. In other words, I'm always going to see a price range I like, a minimum volume that I like, maybe a relative volume that I like. So a lot of things are already checked. And then I'm looking left to see whether or not it has enough room. Can it keep before it's going to hit, if I'm going long something, before it hits the next high on a daily chart? These are all things that I'll size up pretty quickly. So I get into a trade. Just because I think it's going to work, of course, doesn't mean it's going to work. So I have to have a price I'm going to get out of the trade and move on. And that's the stop. So I'm going to put a stop in here at $1.39, and I'll explain why I'm doing that. You'll see on the chart, a red line will appear. Not on the 15 because it's down below, but you can hopefully you can see on this weekly chart, you'll see there's a red line and it says minus $100. You have to trust me if you can't see it. Okay. So what that means is if it gets down to 139, there's my stop. I have 500 shares. I'll lose $100. Okay. So that's first concept is you have to have a stop. In my opinion, I don't try to teach trading so much, but the one thing I'll try to hammer home is you have to have a stop. Get out of the trade if it's not working. Now you might be saying, okay, great, I understand that, but where am I going to put my stop? Well, here's the deal. For me, I'll probably size up a chart, maybe a 15-minute or a 5-minute chart where I think there's a support area. And if it a support area meaning maybe a lot of action at a certain price, so that if it broke down below that price, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. Now, if I'm starting out trading though, because again, my idea of a support area may not be the same as somebody else's. So what I would do is I would probably maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle as your stop. The reason to do that is that that is a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. We know what the low of the previous 5-minute candle is. Okay. And you can practice that. And if it starts to work for you like that, great. Maybe it should be the low of the previous 15-minute candle. There'd be a wider stop and all, but I would practice with the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Just get it to get a feel for it. So that's number one. Number two is okay, if it doesn't work, how much are you going to risk on the trade? If you have a $5,000 account, hopefully it makes sense that you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, and that's why I put my stop at $1.39 and took 500 shares. In the simulator, I like demonstrating a risk of $100 a trade. Okay. And so you can see that again, as the math, I'm trying to make the math super simple. I have 500 shares and I get in at 159 and my stop is 20 cents away and I get stopped out. 500 times 20 cents equals $100. That's my loss. And then I just move on. Okay. So practice in the simulator. You can take trades and just see how they work. It's easy. You start to, we have that course, the 101, Trading 101. I would really recommend you take a look at that. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. And then you might have to practice for several months, in a simulator before you get comfortable. I know most people don't want to hear that. What most people want to hear is I'm going to take Trade Ideas, I'm going to fund my account, and I'm going to start trading immediately. Good luck. Not trying to be too harsh, but the reality is that trading is not easy and you have to practice. There's no shortcuts. Yeah, well, here's the simulator. That's what I mean. This is the simulator. It's called Brokerage Plus. Click on New, Brokerage Plus, and then click on that sim, and now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice. Now, here's the other thing. In a simulator, super simple to follow your stops. Okay, you get stopped out. Oh well, not really my money. And You can practice for 3, 6, a year. I don't know how long it's going to take. People ask, well, how long is it going to take? I don't know. It all depends on how much effort you're willing to put into it. Some people pick things up a lot easier than others. I mean, it's an impossible question to answer. How long is it going to take? It may be never. I mean, I hate, to say something like that, but it may be never. But let's say, okay, you've gone 3 months, 6 months in a simulator. You're consistently you're making money. You're progressing well, and now you're ready. Now you want to start to practice in your real account. Sometimes it's really hard, even though you've been able to do it in a simulator. It's really hard sometimes to obey your stop once you start trading real money, because now when you get stopped out, you actually have it's a real loss. I mean, you're losing real money. So sometimes you start convincing yourself, you get into a trade, you put the stop in, and and it starts moving down towards that stop. You can't believe it. Everything checked out. Plus, there might be some great news. News is not one reason, by the way, that I take a trade, but it could be a bonus. Great news. The room is talking about it. Everybody loves it, and it still doesn't work. And it starts moving down towards your stop, and you don't obey your stop. And so instead of that $100 manageable loss, it starts turning into two, three, four, $500 before you finally say, "Oh man, I got to get out of this." You kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Scenario number one, and those who've been in the room long enough, you know what I'm going to say now. Almost as bad as not obeying your stop. Now you're down two, three, four, $500, and you're sweating, and then all of a sudden it does turn around for you, and now you're up to three, $400, and you almost congratulate yourself. You're so glad you didn't obey your stop. And can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can. But in my experience, and I wish somebody, hit me over the head when I first started training about obeying my stop or obeying stops. First of all, I had to learn what the heck a stop was. But anyway, not obeying your stop can be, really injurious to your account. And I'm not saying you can't get lucky and something turns right around. The other thing about, commissions now are either so cheap, the half a cent a share at interactive brokers, or free, that not getting out of it used to be in the old days, to get out of a trade you first of all, the commissions were so high to take a trade, and then to get out of a trade, you still had to pay high commissions. It was really tough. So, but now commissions are so cheap that that is not a reason to not get out of a trade because I don't want to pay the commission. Okay, that's it, guys. That's off my soapbox. I like to do that at least once a week. A little bit of money management. There's new people trading all the time. And I know some people get a little upset that I spend some time doing this, but this is a free room, and it's not just about, we try to cover a lot of different aspects of trading. Yeah, DWAC is moving up here, guys. I have that one thumbnail. That's why I know about it. What's going on? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. I think what's happened is I'm hung up. Shoot. I am frozen, and I think it's something to do with this single stock window. I'm always on a development version, guys, so this should never happen to you guys. Well, never. I mean, it could happen every now and then, but rarely does it happen that I get completely frozen. I mean, it's not a big deal. The deal is that, well, I'm going to have to end the task, and when I come back, I lose this top list. But I am completely, yeah, I am frozen. Um, Pepe, did you say there was something I could do? Maybe try before I do the end task? Hmm. Excuse me. So, hopefully you didn't hear that sneeze. Um, how do I but how do this is not web-based, of course, Hermes. This is not web-based, so how do I refresh the window? Or can I do it in the end task or in the task manager? There's no way within the task manager to do a refresh, is there? I'm looking here. Nah, I mean, there doesn't appear to be a way to do that. Oh well, I mean, it's not the end of the world. Again, it's just no, no, no. This is the application, downloadable application. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to try Control R. I'll try anything before. Okay, Control R. Where do I do that though? In the task manager? I mean, here it does nothing. Guys, I'll just bite the bullet. It's again not the end of the world. It's just again, I'm going to lose that top 10 list. Okay, guys. So that's what I mean. I mean, my top, everything else it's okay. It's just that now I've lost my top 10 list. Okay, wow, 11:37 already. So I'm just going to confirm it'll be Steve in our YouTube room while I take my break. Well, Chewy, speaking of a dog out, Chewy is getting that weekly chart up. So Chewy now, again, it's getting closer and closer to that 34 level. Look where it got down to. It got down to 33.81, and the next low looking left was 33.96, so around the same. And that's where it kind of bounced. If you're wondering why I'm always talking about looking left, that's why. It's always, just to see how it reacts at the next, in this case, if you're shorting it, the next low looking left. And if you're in long a stock, where's that next high looking left? So many times they stall right there, even though it might be just one day and one big topping tail. Many times it just stalls almost to the penny. So before I got frozen, I wanted to look at DWAC. Yeah. Okay, so DWAC. Hmm, wasn't that the CEO? Wasn't that what's his face? Devin something or other? But this popped. I mean, that can't be I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Well, I start off MAD 328. I start off with the daily chart. Okay, so if I can't see anything on the daily chart, I look left on the daily chart and I can't see anything. And saying that, meaning, if let's see if I can find anything that makes sense. No, I won't be able to see any. Imagine though, if I'm looking at this daily chart right now, okay? And when I look left, none of this is here. It's all below. It's all below the current price. Okay? So in other words, when I look left, I don't see any highs to take a look at. Everything is below that current price. Then I start looking at the weekly chart. Okay? And check the weekly chart, and it could be several weeks. It could be in this case, it's just 2 weeks ago. It could be a year and a half ago. I typically do not care. 2 years is probably the most I'll go. I mean, I think that anything that happened 2 years ago doesn't really matter today. Others may have a completely different opinion, but that is certainly my opinion. Okay, so that's the progression. I look first on the daily chart. If I can't see anything, again, because everything when I look left is below the current price, then I look left on the weekly. Rarely do I have to go to a monthly. Well, I can make this daily chart go, I don't know, 63 days, a couple of months, I guess. But I don't want to, to me, I'd rather just look left on a weekly chart rather than go through that exercise of expanding it. Look at FRC as an example, okay? FRC, the next low looking left is 1218. So I don't have to look at a weekly chart, you know. If I look left on this daily chart, the next low looking left. So if I were looking to short this one right here, oh, just one moment, please. with that, guys. So where was I? Okay, so yeah, if I wanted to short FRC as an example, okay, if I thought, wow, this is looking really weak and it's coming from a pattern, as we all know, it's a bank, and etc. And so the first thing I'd be doing is I'd be looking left on that daily chart, and I can see that the next low is 1218. So if I look at 12, if I said, okay, yeah, I want to, 1282 down to 1218. Of course, it doesn't mean it's going to get there, but that would be enough room for me to do it because on a percentage basis, if it could get from 1280 down to 1218, that'd be fine. If I looked left and the next low was say 1260, I wouldn't take the trade as an example. Okay. Just as a very specific case with the FRC. But that is my style of trading. Okay. That's not necessarily has to be your style. And when I say you, I'm not talking to anybody specifically. And that's because a lot of the things that I see are already out there at the low of the day or the high of the day. So I'm not having to worry about intraday highs or lows stalling me. It's just a matter of looking left on that daily chart and then maybe the weekly chart. Well, again, I won't go 2 years ago. I mean, if I, if I look left on this, I mean, I don't care what happened 2 years ago. But again, you have to develop your own style. Okay, I don't want to sit here as I'm sitting here and saying, no, you shouldn't go more than 2 years to check. If you can't see anything on a daily or a weekly chart, you know, then you look at a monthly chart. I'm not saying that. Some people might think, hey, 2 years ago, the highs or lows are relevant, and that's fine. Typically, though, I'm on a daily chart, usually the things that I see, I'm going to be able to see almost immediately on a daily chart. If not, then it's going to be almost immediately on a weekly chart. I don't have to go that far back. So when you say doesn't matter, it doesn't matter to me, but it might matter to you, okay, or to somebody else. There's no right or wrong. And that's why, no, there's no don't. There's no don't. 9 months, 9 months is probably fine. I mean, there's the markets change so rapidly. I would say that if a person were trading 10, 15 years ago, yeah, maybe looking 5 years back, 10 years back, or whatever, maybe that would have been, but you know what? The markets change so rapidly now. We're in different markets almost month to month. I mean, almost. And something that happened 3 years ago to me is completely irrelevant. Forever. Yeah, the FRC. All right, guys, 11:47 now. I don't know if Steve answered me. The answer is yes. So he did answer me. So it will be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room in about a little over 10 minutes when I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Now, this is slowing down quite a bit for me. I am not getting any new alerts, not for the last little while. It's too bad I lost this top 10 list because the idea then is to look at this top 10 list and start clicking on the symbols that are in there to see if there's anything that's setting up. Just because the stock doesn't win a race again, it doesn't mean that it's not worth looking at. A stock could win a few races and then all of a sudden not win another race, but maybe it finished second 5 times. So it's not necessarily that it's not moving ever, but it loses out to something else. And I'll be right back. You did. Sorry, you're right. You're right. You're right, Pepe. Thank you. Okay, guys. So yeah, so Steve will be in the YouTube room very soon. Yeah, the ONON getting really interesting to me as a potential short. But it's strong. I mean, you've got, it is really a strong stock. Yeah, I mean, shorting ONON is not an indictment of the stock, of course, in terms of, yeah, I mean, it's still got room and all that, but just trying to take advantage intraday, maybe of a pullback, that's all. I don't know if you can hear my dog go crazy, but it might be my book. It might be my book. So let's see. Chloe? Chloe? No book. My book is due today. My Brian Shannon book. It is due today. I thought maybe that was the guy, but nope.
Here I am.
Hey, Steve.
I snuck in on you.
You did. I didn't hear. Well, I went downstairs. I didn't hear the ping. I thought my dog was going crazy, and somebody was at the door. I thought maybe it was my Brian Shannon book,
Oh,
but it's coming today.
all right.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
very
Did he
excited
sign
about
it
it.
for you? No, just kidding.
No, I'm not Michael Noss.
I got my new driver, Barry. I'm so excited to go hit it as soon as it stops
Oh,
raining.
give me a moment, Steve. I'll just put myself on mute in the other room. Okay, guys, Steve is in the YouTube room. Okay, so you can head over there and listen to him for the 1 hour. So I'm putting myself on mute right now and in the other room too. All right, you got your new driver. All right,
Yeah,
what is it? You
yeah.
know what?
It's
I'm sure the technology has changed in the 13 years that I haven't golfed. But
yeah, it's the Callaway Paradigm. My old driver was 10 years old, so there was a lot of upgrading to do. Buy myself a little more distance and accuracy. What money can buy these days.
yeah, well, that's and did it?
What's that?
And did it?
And
Did it
did it.
buy you
That's
more
right.
accuracy?
Yes,
And
it
and
has.
okay,
Yes,
okay,
it
well,
has.
that's good.
Also, my shoulder's getting
Okay,
better too. That helps too.
nice.
All right. Well, Barry, how's it going this morning? I haven't been
Actually,
able to
pretty
tune
good.
in.
I'm without a word of a lie, I'm really, really excited about VWAP plays now.
Mm,
Um, unfortunately, Trade Ideas, our charts don't have what I'm looking for yet. So I'm
yet.
using the Trading View charts, and I don't mind telling people that. And I just think that we have to get our charts. Well, I guess once we get the HTML charts up running, I still don't know if we're going to be able to duplicate everything, but the bottom line though is I am really excited about playing around the VWAP,
Hmm.
either VWAP reversions, mean reversions, or I've been able to, for instance, on TradingView, I've been able to do like auto anchoring,
Hmm.
so it automatically draws it. If you like, you see what Michael Noss is able to do on his pinch plays.
Hmm.
in the Market Explorer. I don't know if you've taken a look at that.
Oh yeah.
How the okay, so you see how they're automatically drawn. Well, you can do the same thing. But I want it intraday. So within TradingView, I can get these. I can have them auto drawn, so it's not you don't have to spend time trying to figure out where you're going to put them. It's awesome. I mean, it truly is awesome, and it's opened up a completely different way of my looking at chart patterns now.
It
It's
sure is. Yeah, it's fascinating, the whole concept itself, because we trade people's emotions and we're trading the crowd psychology. And when you're using the anchor on a momentary event like an IPO or Fed or earnings or gaps, there's some correlation there when you look at it. I'm teasing here at the moment. I've got the latest Explorer up and going through some AVWAP pullbacks. I'm just kind of playing around, but yes, it is exciting, Barry. There's a lot of exciting stuff that is going to come out here. A VWAP pinch play. We got some of those too.
mhm.
Let's see. Oh,
Just need it
AMC's up.
intraday for me, and I don't know when Michael's going to be able to do it, but I need it intraday,
Yep.
and then of course intraday, and then of course the ability for the for all your drawings to remain on the chart somehow, not having to redraw them every time you go
Right.
back to the chart.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're
that's
working
so
on all
key.
that. Yeah, we're working
Yeah.
on all that for sure. All right, Barry, go take your break. Let your dog out.
Yes,
Do what you got to do.
I will.
All
Okay.
right. I'll
Okay,
see you
Steve.
whenever.
Thanks. Okay. Bye bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. Patrick. Guess who's back in silver? I am in two accounts, both guns blazing. I bought it yesterday. What I liked yesterday was the resting on the 50. We broke through the 50, 3 days of pullback using that 50-day SMA as now a support pivot level. Knew we were going into the Fed. I went ahead and bought half going into the Fed and then another half after. So I've got a good chunk in two different accounts now in PSLV. But this is really interesting. So yesterday, PSLV, let's close that, was doing 5 times relative volume. You see these volume spikes here yesterday? This was something. Somebody piled into PSLV big time yesterday. Whereas if we go to SLV, we did not have those volume spikes yesterday. Yesterday's volume in SLV was normal. It was relative volume normal. So also, the PSLV fund was up like a full percentage point more than the SLV. And maybe this is starting to tell me, hopefully, that the story is starting to come out that SLV and the banks. There's been more news in the news about J.P. Morgan. A couple of their metals traders are actually going to have to do some federal prison time for the amount of spoofing they've done on the metals markets. So more and more people are kind of waking up to the bullshit that goes on in these markets. I think another story was somebody thought they had a cash store of nickel from the London Metal Exchange, and it turned out to be just a bunch of bag of rocks. So you start to get these stories and these headlines, and it was kind of interesting to see yesterday. Physical gold, PSLV, the Sprott Physical Fund, they can account for every single ounce they claim they have. Can SLV account for every single ounce they have? No, they cannot. SLV is a paper product. It's what the banks and bad guys, I'm going to call them bad guys because they're breaking the laws. It's what they use to spoof and create synthetic selling pressure. So I think yesterday might have been the first shot across the bow of a decoupling between the concept of SLV and a fund like Sprott Physical Silver. All right. So, yeah, Patrick, I'm backing that pretty good. My basis really is just this 50-day moving average here. We've got the 10 coming up underneath. So this is a solid level of support. I kind of waited for all this to just resolve itself. And now that it's resolved itself, yeah, I might have left some on the table. But back here, I would have been just gambling and hoping and hoping. I'm tired of being a hoper. I want some confirmation and I want to play a chart. So back in there, a Newmont is the trade of the week. I'm in Newmont, strong, and he was in a lot of it this morning. He scalped out of it. Now he's got a stronger long-term position, but Newmont needs to get above. Look at this. This is a call it out in the trade of the week. We've got the 50 and the 200 with one solid line. I'll tell you what, if Newmont Gold, which is the gold standard, no pun intended, if this Newmont can get back above and close green above that 250, that is a shot across the bow technically. And again, back to PSLV, that's kind of what I'm doing in PSLV. I was waiting for that resolution of consolidation to hold up. So we've had a good solid day and a half of movement here in PSLV. I would not be surprised to see the day traders maybe start to give a little back. But at some point, the 15-minute time frame has to give way, and you have to break that 10 SMA at some point. Nothing goes up forever. But the longer it continues to hold that line, the more the momentum stays intact and keeps people excited. All right. SPY, I'll talk about that in a second. I swear to God, this market sometimes. So I piled into SPXS yesterday, half position before the Fed. Had a really good entry down here before the Fed. And then after the Fed, I think I doubled up right about there. Went home thinking, I am the master. I own the markets. I love trading. And then you wake up this morning, half of it's given back. And before you know it, the market has completely disregarded whatever was upsetting it yesterday. So the quantum casino remains in random mode. I got out, didn't make money, didn't lose money, pretty much got out here where my entry point was. So just thought I had a free look there to go short if the SPY, my God, yesterday that candle. Look at that. Just denial of, I was telling Andy, I'm excited about being short here. Look at that denial of the 50, close on lows. I'm positioned. I got a good SPXS position overnight. Let's go. And then we wake up, just pop right back into the range. It makes it pretty darn hard. Pretty darn hard if you're a swing trader and you're not, taking the quick moves. And that's me. I'm looking for the longer move. What else do I have? I know I've got something else. Oh, I bought some CDE this morning. This is one I've been keeping an eye on, Patrick. It's Idaho silver mining. So obviously, I'm warming up to the miners again. Bought this one this morning. Just seeing confirmation, seeing a lot of other names come through. I think that's all I've got for now. What's the difference between SLV and PSLV? If you didn't hear it, perfect circle. PSLV is a private fund, audited, reconciled. All of the silver is accounted for. SLV is an ETF. It's a paper product. There's nothing to stop these COMEX traders, JP Morgan, Bank of America, metals traders to just start creating synthetic naked shorts out of thin air. That's what they've been doing in GameStop and AMC. And it's a trick as old as time. And SLV is, let's just put it this way: if you're holding SLV in your 401k or your portfolio and you think that you're long silver, there's going to come a day where you might wake up and have a day of reckoning. I would recommend PSLV. You get the same exposure, and like I pointed out yesterday, we actually got more positive percentage movement in PSLV than we did in SLV, and we did it on giant volume. Some big block trades came in yesterday. Some institutions, I think, came in and took some positions because the relative volume closed at 5 times normal yesterday. More silver eagles, those are good. I like the silver buffalo rounds. I just want plain old silver, just guaranteed silver. The eagles are good. They're collectibles. The people love the collectibles because they're the top of the food chain. But the premiums are just ridiculous. HL, I haven't looked at that one, Patrick. That's looking nice. See how they're all emerging from under their 50s and moving back up. I mean, this could be the beginning of a cyclical metals move. Trust me, Patrick knows I've been early too often, but now we're starting to get some technical confirmation. What was the other one? HL, EQR. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. As I was explaining it. Good. All right. It looks like we're all caught up. Just check a couple things here. This is what we got to watch. What are the regional banks doing here? Of course, they're going to lows. Regional banks are going to lows, but the market doesn't give a crap. Go figure. I can't. So I'm not going to go crazy trying to take new positions, trying to chase the market. And if it's not going to behave and do what I would expect, then it's not going to behave and do what I would expect. I'm in a very low risk tolerance right now. If something's not working, I'm cutting it. If something is working, I'm trying to let it go because I'm not in the mood of just constantly buying and selling and buying and selling. I don't have time to do that. Let's see what else is going on that we can talk about. Haven't even looked at any of these races. It looks like a AI trade. It does blow my mind that we can see, European banks just absolutely collapse. Deutsche Bank is an absolute nest of toxic synthetic derivatives. But hey, the S&P 500, it's going to hang in there. Oh, don't even talk about the NASDAQ. Geez, forget the NASDAQ. They don't have that much bank exposure. Let's go. Look at this thing. Look at that chart. Technology. Tale of two tapes right now. You either have bank exposure or you don't have bank exposure. Even with the SPY and the regional banks going to lows, we're just going to sit here up 1.5%. I'm scratching my head, so just going to sit with what I got. Let's see, do I have anything else I forgot to talk about? Last time we spoke, I think I was in pretty much cash. Yeah, CDE, Newmont, and PSLV. That's it. No, I fully expect. I'm not going to take profits here, but I fully expect a flattening 200-day with the 50 right above it. We're going to have some supply. We're going to have some sellers show up here, but that's okay. These positions for me are going to be more than just an afternoon or a week, hopefully longer than a week or two. We'll see if we can get something going. The Newmont is the trade of the week. And I said in the trade of the week, it could very well trigger and then absolutely consolidate, which is what we're doing now. But again, that's a solid line. If we can get Newmont, I'm going to reset this alert, put it right about there. And if it triggers that and closes above, I might add to that position on a strong close. Anybody out there heard of the theory of the new quantum financial system that supposedly some people think are going to replace our current system? Can't confirm it. It's all speculation, but a lot of people seem to think something is going to change. And if that happens, it could be interesting. Let's just put it that way. Seeing these banks collapse just kind of continues to fall right into the narrative. It's one of the reasons I'm in XRP. XRP is I can't call it a cryptocurrency or token. It's Ripple. It's basically what people think is going to replace the SWIFT system with intercurrency banking transfers. Right now, if you want to go from one currency to another, it has to go through the old archaic SWIFT system. It takes about 48 hours. Currency transfer or wire is done. In the future, if we get a quantum financial system, everything is on the blockchain, and we can go currency transfers from one to another within a minute or two. So if you hear about that, the new quantum financial system, the QFS, give it a read. I don't know if it's going to happen. I hope it happens. Something's got to give because this is a mess. and all of that would be non-fiat. The idea is to get it on a central, not a central bank, but a central blockchain where everything is accountable. And I lost my train of thought. That's right. Yeah, we talked about that. I actually spent the weekend. Something told me, Patrick, you better. I bought a Nano Ledger X. It's been sitting on my desk for 2 months. I just wasn't in the mood to try and sit down and learn something new. But I did it this Sunday. Something said you probably want to get that stuff into your hard wallet off of the internet, and so I did. It took me about an hour and didn't have much blockage. It was pretty smooth, but I'll tell you what, when I hit that button and the transfer was in the ether for about a minute, I saw both accounts showed zero. I said, oh boy, what have I done? But all's well that ends well. XRP. So yeah, going back to that quantum financial system, it could be based on not fiat currency, but a gold and silver. And if you look around, if you start doing some research, the BRICS are already moving down that road. Brazil, Russia, India, South America, China. They're starting to consider making payments for oil not in dollars. If we lose the petrodollar, there's just a lot of crazy stuff going on right now, guys, and it's really hard to make sense of. And it takes me all the way back to watching the KRE banks go to lows here, look horrible, and then we look at the S&P, and it's like, yeah, no big deal. A lot of cross currents. Do I have any books that I would recommend that influence how you trade? Well, there's psychological books and then there's technical books. Obviously, Brian's new book, the AVWAP, is becoming new and interesting. I think Trading in the Zone, Mike Douglas, I think that's his name. That's a good mental psychology because there's so much psychology in trading. And if you can master the psychology part of it, the rest of it kind of falls into place. But Trading in the Zone is an old, true, time-tested psychology book. Yeah, Patrick, I can't see any other reasons. I've got a friend of mine who he kept coming to me, oh, you got to buy this, and you got to buy that, and this is going to do this, and this is going to do that, all these 20, 30-cent cryptos. And I played around with a couple and lost a little bit of money. But I told him, I said, no, XRP is the only thing I'm interested in. He says, no, the banks are going to use that. We got to get rid of the banks. Well, no, I'm going to stay in XRP and I'm going to stay in silver. And unfortunately for him, I think he took a beating in a lot of these little obscure crypto names. He just threw some money at a lot of different names and none of them really panned out. All right, what do you guys want to talk about? Has anybody been sent here today that needs help with something? What's the dollar doing? I haven't even looked at that yet today. Not that it's going to tell me anything. Okay, so the UUP dollar ETF came up, slammed into the 200-day. This is where gold did the bottoming motion, and a complete inverse relationship that you have there with the dollar hitting the 200 SMA and back down below all the moving average. Just like gold, I mean, the dollar is below its 50, where a lot of these gold names are now traveling back above their 50. I'll drop the, let me get that let me get that link for you. Hang on one second. I have a link that I can drop in because we just mentioned the webinar coming up with Brian Shannon for next Thursday, a week from this afternoon. And if you don't catch it live, that's okay. We will have a replay. But it's looking more and more like we're also going to have some pretty cool announcements that day. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but webinar sign up. I just dropped the link in there for you guys. Probably not going to want to miss that. We're going to talk trade ideas and Brian Shannon, who's a good friend and has a hot book right now. Barry's getting ready to read it, Anchored VWAP. We're going to tie a lot of things together next week in that webinar. It's going to be cool. All right. Hello, Candlestick. I made a custom comparing volume today against 5-day and 10-day. I like it, but might you give a critique of my choosing 10-day comparison? Okay, so you made a custom comparing the volume today against 5-day and the 10-day. The concept is probably interesting. I can't really say it's good or bad either way because I'm not looking at it, but it doesn't matter if there's something that you see and you were able to pull up and look at two pieces of data, and if you're able to get something from it and see a correlation in your own mind, then it's valuable. Whether or not I think of it as valuable or not is not really probably relevant, because there are certain things I like and certain things I don't like. Speaking of, one of the things I like is just my simple 10 SMA here on a 15-minute chart. Look at how that tells me all I need to know here. Price action is being dominated by the sellers here in this particular instrument. As far as the moving average, as far as volume would go, though, Candlestick, I pay more attention to what's happening in the now. Like I mentioned yesterday, PSLV closing, spending all day long at 5 times relative volume. That's extremely significant to me. Usually, relative volume will start off simple or start off with some volume in the morning, but after an hour or so, everything smooths out and kind of goes back to finishing the day with normal relative volume. So when I see something that's finishing the day at 5 times relative volume at the end of the day, that is very significant to me. So there's the custom that Candlestick is talking about. Anybody can create that total volume 5-day and compared to total volume. I can't even read that. I got a C in math, and I'm not good at custom formulas. I have no idea what I'm talking about when it comes to custom formulas. So I'm not going to pretend that I do. But if anybody wants to play around with that, you're welcome to. And like I said earlier, if you see a correlation, that's all that really matters. So Bill, Barry was talking about anchored VWAP. We are working internally on building our HTML5 charts. They're still buggy and we're still working on some things, but our charts too will auto draw the anchored VWAP. Again, just a quick tease here, the Market Explorer window, we've been playing around with some of Brian Shannon's anchored VWAP. So we could go to the daily pinch here. And we could go look at my clean chart. And what happens is when we start clicking on these symbols, we get the actual drawing of what is being scanned for. Okay, so here's a pinch. We've got the price between two areas of anchored VWAP. You can see the auto draw. The system was smart enough to know to auto draw it off of that bottoming tail low there. There's our downside. And then the upside is off the high back here. So the price is being pinched now between those two anchored VWAPs. Same thing here, using this bottoming tail low event, and that's our low. So this is just one of a few scans we're starting to play around with. Okay, so OEC was being pinched, but now it's moving through its anchored VWAP coming into today. That's interesting. Not going to explore that too much. We've got a lot to do still, but to answer your question, that's what he was talking about, Bill, and we will have the ability um, to do that. For whatever reason, Barry's still just choosing to look at a couple other charts that auto draw anchored VWAP until we get our act together there, but it's all good. Everything's coming together nicely. Talking Candlestick, you're also welcome to send that custom formula in if you want somebody else who does know how to read math, unlike myself, and ask for their opinion. If you're real curious, you're welcome to send that into info@trade-ideas.com and just somebody want to critique my custom formula, because I just don't have any real specific feedback for you other than what I like to see, and that's the relative volume now. And also, I didn't mention, seeing things in the 5-minute volume on my single stock window. I've got 5-minute and 1-minute volume. So if I look up and something's breaking out and it's doing 500% normal, 5 times normal 5-minute volume, that's interesting to me. Okay, so you got some results. You're looking at it, bringing up a PESI. Definitely some volume there. March 23rd pre-market. So you've got earnings, which is driving the volume there on that one. KB Homes. Earnings driving the volume there from yesterday's earnings. So there's follow through today. And slab. Nice bottom tail wick on that one. That could be interesting. And then you see here in my intraday, so it ran the stops on the morning. Okay, ran everybody out here that said, I don't want to be in this thing. But so it runs the stops on the auto open. Here's Virtue and Citadel just having fun with everybody as they sit there and sip their coffee. Market reverses. I'm sorry, the stock reverses. But now what I found interesting is look at where, after the reversal on the open, after washing out all the stops, look at where the sellers found themselves again, right here at the area of interest that I use. This is the 5-day SMA on a 15-minute chart. Bang, sellers like clockwork. So when I'm in something, if I was buying this bounce and I was playing this, I'm like, man, I better take some profits at this line because this is where the sellers are going to show up. So thinking is increasing volume means more people are interested. That's true. If you have increasing volume, you got more participants, that's for sure. If I only see big relative volume, it was already made and I'm late. Well, usually relative volume, yeah, it's going to mean like there's something that happened. Usually it's going to be earnings or a news event, something along those lines. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you shouldn't be or poo-poo your methodology. This is what trading is. This is trial and error. It's an art form. You're trying different data points and looking at things. And if you can see a correlation that helps you focus your attention on where it needs to be, then all the more power to you. Not going to talk you out of that. Newmont, I like seeing that on highs. Again, we talked about this one, big slam here into the 200 and the 50-day. What is the... There's that XRP on a 4-hour chart we were talking about earlier. Something big happened yesterday. It's only 44 cents. Who knows if this thing does become the de facto standard to replace the SWIFT system? Who knows what type of upside it could have? I'm not going to put any numbers on it. I just want to be as diversified as I can because I don't know what's coming. I don't know if we're going to stay on this ridiculous fiat path of trillions in debt, or if there is going to be some sort of global reboot with a quantum financial system with a non-fiat currency. I don't know. All I can do is have stocks in my 401k, silver in my vault, and some XRP in my ledger. I don't know. That's all I can do to feel like I can prepare for it. On that note, let me go warm up my coffee, guys. I'll be back in 60 seconds. All right. Yeah, I know there's a big legal case with the SEC. You're just kind of waiting to see what comes of it on the XRP. I hate the SEC. I hate all three-letter agencies. They're useless. All right, guys, what do you want to talk about? We got some time still here. Let's check in on the regionals. Regionals found a small bid. That's right, Jethro. It's either rocket ship or zero. That's the mentality I have. Just got to diversify a little bit. PSLV at highs. AG. Oh my God, I have a story about AG. I would love to tell you guys that I'm just so awesome at trading. And I picked up AG on this day down here when they closed one of their mines. And I got sick of it going lower and lower and lower. And the golf trading gods reminded me why I don't like to set a hard stop in the middle of the day and turn my back. I said, okay, screw it. 53 cents. I put my stop in at 53 cents. That is the low of the day in AG. And I had a good size too. I was going to try and day trade this thing, maybe a day or two. And my target was going to be pretty much where it is right now. And it's so much fun, as I'm sure all of you have experienced at one point or another with live money, watching them take you out to the penny and then move all the way up to the target you intended. I would love to sit here and tell you guys I nailed that trade, but no, we're all friends here. We've all been through it. It's going to happen. They got me. All right. How would you express a scan that looked at stocks that had high relative volume at the beginning and a couple hours into the day? So what I was saying, Stan, is that most stocks will start the day with high relative volume. And then after a half an hour, the 10 o'clock data comes out, maybe 10:30, they start to settle into their normal behavior. So anything that really is off the charts at 2 to 3 or 4 times normal relative volume midday, that's something to pay attention to. There's something going on there. There's interest, and it's not dying out. So if that's the question, how would you express a scan? Okay, so the question is, how do we express a scan that had high relative volume? I would just simply, create a top list that maybe had a filter for relative volume and put a minimum value of 3 in there, and double-click sort on that top list based on the relative volume, and you'll see throughout the day, as the day wears on, wow, look at that, it's midday, and this stock XYZ is doing 6 times normal volume. Looks like it's ready to go to highs again. That's something of interest. So you could easily, Stan, just create new top list, relative volume, put all the other filters in there that you want, but put like a minimum of 3 or something for relative volume. Anything with 3 or higher is going to stay on that scan, and you can sort it. I like seeing these names coming to highs. I like seeing gold continuing to trend to highs. That's giving me good comfort, even though AG absolutely prison raped me. But I'm making it back in PSLV and CDE and Newmont. Anyway, what do we do when we want to backtest Market Explorer? It's a good question. You cannot backtest Market Explorer. Market Explorer is a hard-coded tool, if you will, that really only the developer has access to. So there's no configuration, and therefore, since there's no configuration, there's really no backtesting that can be done on it. Now, I don't know if that's going to change in the future, but I can tell you now that there is no current ability to backtest anything in the Market Explorer because we can't get in there and change the configurations around. It's not customizable on the user end. It uses what's called the TIQ language, TI quant language. So Stan, just for fun, let's just do that. So we'll go new, top list, basic. Let's just go get relative volume. Grab that relative volume and say anything with 3 or better. Let's see what we get. Get a pretty good amount of names. So if then we go to relative volume and double click that, there's your scan right there. Everything down here is, it's in play, but these are likely going to be names that have done nothing in the past, and they're just exploding today. 207 times normal relative volume. So essentially, what you would do with a top list is you'd go through and you'd look at everything that's in play. You go, okay, this is kind of interesting. I'm not saying do it, but let's say this stock comes back here and does a reversal. I like the volume today. Need price confirmation. I'm going to right click. I want to create a price alert right there. And if that goes off, then I have created a tradable opportunity using a scan, using relative volume, and then using a future alert to go off and tickle me if the price is triggered at the new high. So, I mean, these are the ways in which you want to use a top list. Just try and find things that are interesting, and then use the 1-2 punch of a price alert to tell you when the price. There's Square getting murdered today. So that's really the easiest solution, I would say. Is there an alert for what, lousy trader? It's a great name. Is there an alert for it? There's no alert for the Market Explorer. No. So if we go into Market Explorer and it's just a window. So we would have windows and it will update. So if I right click, there's really no option here to create any sounds or any bells or whistles. You're just going to have to keep an eye on the most recent, which comes through at the top here. Now watch, this market's probably just going to roll back over. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, what are the chances Hindenburg front ran SQ? There's no way in hell that they didn't. And what they're doing is they've probably got a giant family network, and they've all got LLCs, and they're all buying options through their LLCs, and none of it can be traced back to them. But yeah, of course they are. I'm too jaded to think otherwise. I mean, are you kidding me? Of course they are. Somebody's making money off those calls. People that are writing it probably don't get a check, but their kid probably goes to a nice 4-year university free of charge from somebody. So as far as the market goes, I'm just going to watch this 5-day. Look at how the 5-day moving average held back there. Yesterday was a mess. You know, if we pull back a little bit here, I'll just kind of see what happens. Love to see this XRP. Looks like if we zoom in here, it's had a rough time getting above that level right here. Call it 45 and a half. I'd love to see XRP start blasting through 46. Interestingly enough, I've got a 10-period moving average on this 1-hour chart. Gave it up there. Reclaimed it here. Test, test. Let's go XRP. Litecoin up 60%. I have some of that too. I have to figure out how to get that into my ledger. All right, guys. Looks like we're all caught up on questions. Anybody want to take us in a new direction before Barry comes back? Anybody want to look at any charts in specifics? Sector-wise, it's solars and gold. Even though solars are giving it back, gold is creeping higher. People probably don't remember, but not this January, but last January, over a year ago, we had a spaces and Sean asked, what is your top sector for 2022? And I said gold miners. And even though they didn't do a whole lot, they still outperformed everything else. So yeah. Jethro, that's a good question. Normally, anything I trade is going to be based on technicals, especially for the timing of it. But this XRP is a compelling story that I've been researching on. So I'm literally diversifying myself solely on the story. If it was the case that I was concerned with what XRP did technically, I would have been out back here. Blech, you know? So I've been in forever, for a while, over a year, and I'm just letting it play out. All of a sudden, it's kind of fun to wake up and see what the news is when you start to see the price action come alive like this. So good question. This is an exception to my rule. I am in this for pure fundamentals only. pure fundamentals only. When it shows up and has good technicals, that is a bonus. Too late to trade gold long? I don't know if I'd say that. I'm not going to tell you to buy gold, but let's, you know, personally, I like silver. I think silver's got more catching up to do. Now, obviously, gold is trying to break out here, but when we look back in the bigger picture, we kind of have to go to the bigger time frames, weekly, and there's your weekly. So we're in a range. We're approaching the upper end of the range. Are we going to break out? I don't know. What is let's just use SLV for the sake of it, whatever. SLV is not at the high end of its range. The high end of its range for SLV is up here around 25. So that's why I kind of like the catch up story of silver. I went to PSLV here. This is the fund that I am in. Sprott Physical Silver. It's $8. In my opinion, if you can't store gold or you don't have a custodian account that's got it stored for you somewhere, and you got a 401k and you want, this is what I buy on my 401k, PSLV. I don't trust SLV. SLV is up 0.5% today. PSLV is up a full percent today. Go figure. So I'm not going to tell you whether it's early or late. I have no idea. I believe in the fact that something might happen to our fiat system. And again, I would say XRP and silver are the two trades that I'm in based purely on the story and the fundamentals. Now I'm getting a move, so the technical is a bonus. It just gives me comfort. Yeah, Patrick is right. Statistically, silver will run a lot faster in bull trends than gold. So once gold gets into a bull trend, silver will be in a bull trend as well. But it usually has a lot of catch up. There's a historical ratio. I don't know what the number is right now. Patrick probably does. The gold silver ratio is historically wide. And when we get bull runs in the metals, that ratio narrows significantly. Certainly was yesterday. Relative volume in PSLV. Something happened yesterday. Somebody piled in big trades came in yesterday. Somebody wants in this thing, whereas silver did not get that attention. And it's my contention that SLV has been used as a paper synthetic short, naked short, whatever you want to call it. They can't get away with that forever. So welcome to Steve's macro trading discussion today, global geopolitical. We'll return shortly to the 5-minute charts of Barry in a moment. Yeah, Patrick, if we can hold that $8 level, that psychological level in PSLV, that's good. That would be good. Whatever happened to GameStop from yesterday? Did it hold on? Nah, bleeding. NASDAQ doesn't want to give anything back. All it's going to take is one little bouncy bounce from KRE to get the attention of the market. The KRE is bleeding lower, but the market's not watching. If KRE gets a bounce and some green sticks here, then the market will probably firm up pretty quickly. It's just looking for a reason, it feels like. That's my read at the moment. Yes, Barry is exceptional at his time frame. That's what you want to do. You just want to be exceptional in your own time frame. Mine is much slower than Barry's. Again, I picked this up this morning. Coeur d'Alene silver mining. You can see my thesis. You can see my bias is definitely back in the metals. Yeah. Pete's coffee. Yes, Barry, I hear you.
You hear me? You know
Pete?
what? I have to take over the screen because I just have to show you the
Okay.
ONON. I know it's not going to be like this every single time, but you talk about the use of using like what I'm using it in combination with the linear regression channel and a
Mm-hmm.
break and also the anchored VWAP. So let me just take over.
Sure.
Okay, I just want to show you
I'm
what I'm
watching.
talking about. And I mean, you tell me if this. So you that orange line up here, you can see the orange line up here. That was this is an auto anchored VWAP. So I didn't have to even draw it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this automatically got drawn. This is a 3 standard deviation linear regression channel,
Mm-hmm.
okay, up here. So I'm watching ONON, and as it's getting close to here and close up this level here, and I ended up taking this trade around 375, put my stop at the high of, I think it's 395, the high of that ONO of the linear of the anchored VWAP, and then just rode the thing down. And now, did when we start seeing these little topping tails, certainly I took some off. But look where it got to. Michael Noss actually asked me, "So where's your target?" Now,
Mm-hmm.
I did not necessarily think it would get all the way down to that blue line, which is the VWAP. But
Mm-hmm.
man, oh man, look what it did! It got all the way down, and
It's
then it bounced off
amazing.
it.
It's amazing what we can do
Truly amazing.
if we exercise just a little bit of patience sometimes. It's
Yes.
amazing what can happen if we just have patience.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. I mean, and trade ideas, we can find the ones that we have to see. That's the scanning. I don't know if I would have been able to see
Right. Right.
anywhere else.
No,
Well, you know what I mean.
it has to be
And
presented to you. Yes.
it has to be presented to me, and then I'm hoping that we can get charts that can do something like this because I don't know, Steve. I mean,
It's
I know I'm
exciting.
waiting for the book, but I don't know if I even need it
Yeah.
anymore. As long as I keep, and this is not a one-off. Okay,
No.
I haven't taken all the trades I've seen like this, but this one looked just too juicy to me to not take it. But this is not a one-off. I mean, I'm seeing so many times where that anchored VWAP is sort of almost intersecting with that upper linear regression line,
Uh-huh.
and then the fall. And that what I like about it is, yeah, if it doesn't work, you know where your out is.
That's right.
Just put your stop at the top of that at the top of that orange line there, which is the auto anchored VWAP. Put your stop there, and if it doesn't work, okay, you're gone. But holy smoke! And this line down here actually is the lower. So all I'm doing is in the auto anchor, I'm just going back 30 periods. So on a 5 minute chart, I'm going back 2.5 hours max, and it just finds the low and it finds the high, and it draws these lines automatically.
Very cool. Love
Yeah,
it.
very cool. So I don't even have to, and that's what I'm hoping we can do because, I'm sure if I'm going to read Brian's book, he's going to say, yeah, here are areas where you could put your anchored
Right.
VWAP, but this just takes the guesswork out. And I'm not saying that a look back of 30 periods is the be all and the end all, but right now it seems to be working for me. you
Hey,
know?
that's all that matters.
Yeah.
All right, Barry. Well, thanks for the
So
break. I'm gonna grab a drink
yeah,
before the dev meeting, and not
okay.
not a drink, but a refreshing
I
drink.
understand. I understand.
Save that for
Okay,
later.
thanks, Steve, for doing all this.
All
Again,
right.
your 12 to 1 stint on Thursdays.
See ya.
Okay, guys,
Bye, everybody.
I think I'm back. Yeah, I think I'm showing my screen. Yes, I am showing my screen. Get my music going. And back in our Discord room. Okay. All right, guys, I am back. And like, holy smokes on the ONON. I mean, that's all I can say. What you don't see is, I was showing Steve in the other in our YouTube room. This top right there was basically at the top of the anchored VWAP plus a linear regression line. And both of them were just sitting up there. And then when it started to move down, I said, you know what? All you have to do is just put your stop at the top of that anchored VWAP, which was 31.95. I ended up taking this trade at, I think, 31.75. And I mean, will it work like this all the time? Of course not. But look where it got to. I mean, that is your fantasy area of moving to the VWAP. I mean, that's just do a search, Jay, just do a search, okay? You just type in, you know how I'm sure if you know a trading view, just do a search on auto anchored VWAP. Okay, just do a search and you'll see it. There are several, I think. And then it's just a matter of what look back period do you want to use. I'm on a 5 minute chart on my screen you can't see, or chart you can see. So I decided I'll look back 30 periods. Okay, so in other words, 2.5 hours. But instead of having to go and figure out, okay, should I put my anchored VWAP up here, or should I do it here, or on the downside, should I do it here? I'm just going to let the thing do it automatically. And I chose 30 period look back. I mean, I don't know why I picked 30. I guess I could have picked, I don't know, 35, 40, 20. I don't know why. I just picked 30, 2.5 hours. And I'm going to push the guys, at Trade Ideas, the developers. I mean, we're moving to these HTML charts, so we're going to be able to do a lot more. But I was showing Steve in the YouTube room. This is what I'm talking about. This is just a linear regression line, 3 standard deviations. That orange line there was the was drawn automatically. Okay, and so as it got up here, I'm starting to watch, seemed to be rejected. Take the trade at 31.75, put the stop at the high of that line there, which was at that time 31.95, 20-cent stop. And sure, did I take some off every time? We had all these little topping tails, of course, but by that time, I mean, remember, I got a 20-cent stop and it ran. And then it actually got almost right down. That's the blue line there, that almost right down to the VWAP. So if you wait for the VWAP, you'd never see all this, of course, because with the anchored VWAP now, this gives you different entries. Anyway, very exciting. And I did it twice, Jay, just so you know, did it twice, the highest and the lowest. Okay, so this is the same one. So it's VWAP double A, I guess. So highest and then the low. And these are the periods, 30 look back. And you can see in here how the settings, if you want high or low, and you can pick close. I picked the high. I actually just picked the high. I did not pick close of the candle. Yeah, and, yeah, that might work too. I don't know. Meanwhile, let's take a look at HEPS. Boy, HEPS looks so. Is it? Unfortunately, it's not shortable, but same kind of thing. I mean, look what it's doing. There's the drawing. Okay, I mean it's only 1 point, of course, but at 118, there's the linear regression line. And I'm now. Will it happen every single time? Of course not. Problem I have is that it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh, yeah, look at me. I know it won't be the same as yours, but it seems to work for me. So for me, Sam, it's more visual. Okay, excuse me. More of a. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment. I went down the wrong way. Okay, so this is what I mean. I mean, I could have seen if I didn't have these lines here, I could have still looked at this and gone, okay, maybe, but this just gave me a little more visual impact of a little intersection and saying, okay, maybe this is really the true stalling. Okay. If I didn't have that linear regression line, that dotted line, I would have still seen this, but I may not have it just is it's visual. I guess that's the best I can say. Sort of a bit of a confirmation that this might happen. How's that? And again, there is nothing that is 100%. I have a length of 100 perfect circle, so it might. It's sort of the standard. The length is 100, and but my deviation is three. I have three standard deviations, and obviously it does because I mean, look at here. This is going through the that's pre-market. That's yesterday. I mean, do would it look different if I only went back? The same number of periods as this one. It might. I could try that to see what it would look like, but right now I'm just leaving well enough alone. And I'm not seeing the same setups on the bounce side. That's interesting. Interpolating, yes. All right, guys. This G Bio still has some legs, maybe. 555 is the 200-day moving average. It's struggled to get through five several times. Maybe if I can get through five the next time, it might have a shot to that 550 level. It showed up on the toppers, perfect, but that's not where I see what you're saying. It did show up on the toppers, but actually, it was in my momentum up that I first saw it. But you're right, it is showing up on the toppers also. And of course, it showed up in the winners. Now look how the VWAP it appears to be holding it. That's what I'm not comfortable with yet. Playing something that's bouncing off the VWAP. I'm not comfortable yet. Now, if it took out this area right there, with the little topping tails, looked like around 3080. Well, it's above that now. I mean, this could get going again. But I'm not comfortable yet in taking this. Now, that doesn't mean those of you looking at this going, "Well, I am." Go for it. I'm just saying I'm not just don't know how to read these. Meanwhile, something kind of interesting is happening. Look at FRC. I still have KRE down instead of the SPY, but look at FRC. For some reason, come on, look at FRC. Okay, guys, so let's take a look at these are the two simulated trades I took. There's the short for GME, a couple hundred shares at 23.81, 22.85 now. So you can see that's almost a dollar move. This one has really done nothing. The Alto. So if I wanted to get rid of it, I just right click on it and flatten it. That'll get me out of that trade. Yeah, note yeah, AI news. I'm seeing this right now. Fiscal note selected by OpenAI for collaboration as inaugural launch pattern for OpenAI's Chat GPT plugin. There's a mouthful. And yeah, it got halted, and it resumed. And what is the float? 99 million. So it's not a low float. But on that news, yeah, that's a big pop. So where could this go? Well, let's say looking left. So where did it get up to? It got up to what? 223, 230, sorry, 237. The high right there was 238. So that, that right now, that is the stumbling block, or almost right to the penny. I thought this was halted again. It's just not moving right now. 197, 198. It's just not moving. There we go. 196, 197. Yeah, actually, 500,000 shares at Interactive Brokers available to short, but it's not setting up, you know, with that anchored VWAP and all that. It's not setting up the same way. So I'm just going to take a pass. This is like having a true trading plan, even though this might work as an awesome short, it's not setting up for me. Okay, guys, it's 1:13. I think I'll do my video now. And 13, so oops. Let's say 124. No later, shouldn't be any later than that. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, let's see. I'm looking at AI here. There's the VWAP right down here, 2488. Now, one of the things I like to do in the simulator, I like to have a couple of these exit. Sorry, the distance from the exit price. Sorry, the distance from the exit price and the max P&L columns. I like to have those two columns. This can give you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits. It's one thing to buy a stock, but when are you going to get rid of it? So for instance, there's the GME. Okay. So at one point I was up $195 on that short. Right now I'm up 143. That's not bad. Okay. What you wouldn't want to see is, at one point maybe you're up $500 and now you're only up 50 as an example. You probably should have been selling some or covering in this case the short some along the way. You wouldn't want to see a $500 profit turn into 50 or worse less. Okay. This one, again, not a big deal, up 25. So when I got out of that trade, I'm down 15. So that's one thing. The distance from the exit price is interesting for me anyway, because that's going to tell me, okay, what has the price done since I got out of the trade? In this particular case, in the Alto, it hasn't moved. I got out at 157 and it's still sitting at 157. Okay. And what you wouldn't want to see is if you were long a stock, you wouldn't want to see a big positive number. In other words, I got out and then all of a sudden it says the distance from the exit price is like $1.50. That means, wow, I guess I left a lot on the table. What you want to see is a nice big negative number. You got out of the trade and now it's moving down below where you got out and you can sort of say, great, I guess that was a good exit. Now, nobody is saying that you're ever going to get out right at the absolute top, right to the penny. But I think these are two good columns to have and just to give you an idea, but well, how good are my exits? Okay. Hey guys, let me put the SPY up. I haven't had the SPY up. I've been just concentrating on looking at that KRE, but let's take a look at what the SPY is doing. Get back to the SPY now. All right, guys, take a look at a firm here. This one had a nice, I think I had a nice day yesterday, AFRM. Well, I had a nice day the day before, and then it gave it up like a lot of stocks yesterday. And yeah, so it's not that big a deal. Broke down through the VWAP though, 1034. Is Note still alive? Yeah, it is still alive. Wow. It's a big float also. I mean, 99 million, that's a pretty big float, but that's a an impressive move off that information. What do they do again? Artificial intelligence, machine learning. Okay. Well, they're pretty happy today. It's really, this stock has really done nothing. Was this? I wonder if this was a SPAC. See if I can find that news. If it was a SPAC. Fiscal Note announces the acquisition of Global Market Intelligence. That's on November 29th. That's in 2021. So I don't think this was I don't think this was a SPAC. They just made an acquisition back in 2021, November of 2021. Hey guys, I'll be right back. All right, HCP. Let's see what's happening with HCP. It just won the last race. HCP. Yeah, I just don't see a lot of room in it. 2980 looks like pretty. I know it's through the VWAP right there, but 2980 looks 89 or so. Looks like it could block it. So just not too interested in HCP. Let's take a look at this note to see where it could go. Well, tell you what, there have been a lot of shares snapped up at Interactive Brokers. Short. When I last looked, there were 500,000 shares. Now there are 366,000 shares. So there have been a lot of shares that have been shorted now for NOTE at Interactive Brokers. A drop of a couple 100,000. So Note was Disca before DSCA. I do remember DSCA. Oh, DSAC. So when was that? That's quite a while ago, right, Casa? Thank you for posting all that. So that was quite a while ago. That's quite a while ago, June of 222. That's quite a while ago. I didn't realize the market was open then. It's been the early stock traders in June of 222. Okay, I think SQ is sitting on the 200 on the VWAP, guys. I think SQ is sitting on the VWAP. Yeah, it is. 6153, 6153. So just sitting on the VWAP. So as always, what is it going to do? Just looking to see if they've come out with a defense yet. I haven't seen any. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Block's response to inaccurate short seller report. We knew it was coming. It just was a matter of when. Now, this may have happened already. I don't know if this happened. I don't think it happened this early. I mean, I'm seeing this at this is 133. I'm just looking to see if there was anything earlier. I'm seeing this at 133. So keep an eye on this, guys. We intend to work with the SEC and explore legal action against Hindenburg Research for the factually inaccurate and misleading report they shared about our Cash App business today. Hindenburg is known for these types of attacks, which are designed solely to allow short sellers to profit from a declined stock price. We have reviewed the full report in the context of our own data and believed it's designed to deceive and confuse investors. So that just, as far as I know, I mean, it may have happened earlier. Just give me one moment, please. All right, sorry about that, guys. So, um, oh, it's very possible it's a BS defense, but can we take advantage of it? Can we take advantage of it short term? I think it just came out. I think it came out at one. If you guys have IB, Interactive Brokers, it looks like that came out at 133. So what are we now? 136? Like not a massive reaction, but well, just a minute. Well, I mean, you could put a. I'm this again. I am not saying to take this trade. If you did, there's the VWAP 61.54. So that's about $1 away. But this is hit. I mean, this is now hitting. I think, and I think it's being absorbed. That news is being absorbed. How far up does it go? I don't know. They did say they would. Yeah, they did say. I mean, there it is. Exploring legal action. Okay, there you go, guys. I mean, again, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade, but just try to, all we try to do is just take advantage short term anyway. Whether we believe these guys or not, it's totally irrelevant. It's what is the market believing right now for a while. But this is a sneaky one, guys. It's ALDX from the AI. 913. What did I say looking left? I have to back that weekly chart out a little bit. Next high is 945. So it's got a little bit of room from 913 to 945. And again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting to 945. So this is what I have to get better at. You see, there's the 200-day moving average. It moved into it and dropped below it. So I have to figure out a way to comfortably take that sort of a trade. Okay, guys. So note, I mean, this list looks fairly ominous right now for note. All these topping tails, big topping tail on that 1 o'clock, 15-minute candle. Again, what does it mean? Just think about the psychology of what's going on. Remember, at one point, the stock note was up here. There was a green candle all the way up. It's hard to see that line. There we go. Right up here at 235. But the sellers came down and they knocked it down to $1.92. Buyers came right back, roaring back, got all the way up to 255. The sellers knocked it down to 225. Buyers trying again, not quite as strong, got it up to whatever, 237, but the sellers are still kind of stepping in. And at some point, now granted, the sellers had it down here too, 217, and the buyers stepped in. So right now it is unknown, direction unknown. But at some point, especially with these three topping tails, the buyers may give up for a while. But this had some pretty good news, obviously. Eye-catching news. I'll call it eye-catching news. I don't know how good the news is, but it's eye-catching. All bets are off, of course, if it just takes out that high like nothing, 255. I guess that's a pretty good one from Zach's Bounce Plays, RX. Real mentioned this one early. Yeah, I guess I should have paid more attention to this one. Do you take this one, Real? The TRUP had no volume here, but obviously the volume really picked up. The CFO is leaving, and that was, I guess, the news. It just didn't seem as devastating because it's going to be in June, so it's not like this was given the boot. But look at this. I mean, that was, and there's that VWAP again, 40. Wow, real. We blew this. Look at that move off the VWAP. $48 down to 42. Yeah. Oh well, but there will be another one. I just, because when you told us about this, I think there was only like 12,000 shares that traded, and thought, okay, the news, even though it had been moving down, but it was only on about 12 or maybe even 20,000 shares max. Yeah, no, it was the CFO. It's just that June, again, it's not like he was unceremoniously booted. It didn't look like it anyway. And he's still going to remain on the board. So I thought, okay, I mean, it's not, we've seen some though, and we've seen some where the CEO abruptly resigns, things like that. And that is devastating. ETNB, guys, ETNB is making a new high. ETNB, ETNB is running actually. ETNB. I'm concentrating on this AmpX. I'm can't. I heard my keep on the. I'm concentrating on this AmpX as a potential short, guys. It is definitely catching my eye here. Let's take a look here and look left. What are we now? 788. So the next high looking left is 8. It looks like around $8 on that weekly chart. This is definitely catching my eye. The AmpX, AMPX. Is there news on it? I don't see any news. Is there news? Yeah, I guess they had some news. 500 some battery. The new Ampere is 500. So they did have some news. Let's see if it can really stall at $8. AMPX. Oh, you're right. It is an earnings play too. March 23rd. It's after hours. It's an after hours. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. It's after hours. Well, I tried to get a short of it in between. It wouldn't fill me. I'm going to see using the IB mid. They would not fill me anything. I'm liking these little topping tails here. And I could go in at the bid. I'm trying to be greedy here, trying to get a fill in between. Oh, well, I got some, but not as many as I wanted. The spread really widened too. And just so you know, the anchored VWAP is up at 802 or so. This is just going to be probably some scalpage for me here. Yeah, look at that spread. Oh, there goes note, guys. So note, so far, So those topping tails have been taken out, sort of. But look at this one. I mean, you know, it's just the news, guys. It's eye-catching news. There's no question. It's eye-catching news. How much money they can make going down the road, who knows? But eye-catching news for sure. All right, guys. So I am going to be in a marketing meeting in about 8 minutes or so. Yeah, I'm just waiting on this Ampex to see if it yeah, may knock me out. We'll see. Basically, where I shorted it. Well, node is running up, running up, running up. That's my sound alert for my momentum scanner. Running up, running up, running up. So I keep hearing that running up. Okay, guys, 1:53. So 6 minutes or so, I'll be in a meeting. So I don't know what I'm gonna do with the Ampex. I can kind of keep an eye on it when I'm in the meeting. It's more listening for me more than anything. So SQ right back down, guys. SQ is right back down and touching the VWAP again. So that was short-lived on that news and their defensive PR that they put up. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now, except for this marketing meeting. So I'm just going to put myself on mute. Let's keep an eye on that Ampex. All right, guys, I'm back. And, excuse me, this Amex worked out not too badly. I'm out of it now, but, in it at that 785, mentioned the 785, 780 mark, and got down to 750. The problem with it some of the time was the spread, but right now the spread is okay. It's a penny. But basically got out at around 760. So from 785 to 760. There's the VWAP. That could have been a target. So that worked out not too badly. And I just noticed it took another little dive down. Probably helped, of course, with the market. Though this is kind of, something that trades on its own. I don't think it's concerned too much about what the overall market's doing. All right, guys. Well, let's see what else I can dig up here. ETNB. I know ETNB was having a nice run. Wow. I'm just looking at this chart and hmm. Down goes note. Down goes note. NOTE. That SPY is definitely in disarray now. And it's KRE, I think it's finally they're finally in lockstep. There's KRE and there's the SPY. There was a disconnect earlier on. I mean, look at what the SPY was doing. It was having a nice run. KRE was kind of flat and but then moving down. But I think they're basically in lockstep now. Well, we're getting a big sell-off now. Are you kidding me? DHHC. Okay, what is it doing though? Yeah, you're right. At the VWAP. Wow, no kidding. It just absolutely exploded through the VWAP. Ha! Wow. What's the spread like? Good spread. 2409, 2527. Man, wouldn't surprise me. There's the high of the day, taking out that high. Nothing surprises me with these sort of ones. Even worse now, 23.70. No, 24.16, 25.50. Look at this spread. Won't matter if it tacks on $4 or $5, of course, but we don't know what's going to do that. Meanwhile, SQ through the VWAP. But had a little bit of a bounce on that news, the press release that they came out with saying, you know what, we're going to fight them. Short lived. That's a 15-minute candle. And then boom, through the VWAP now. All right, guys. So it's 2:45. In a little bit, I'm going to put myself on mute and still here. Have any questions? I'll be here till about 3:20. I would probably keep this short of GME. This is in the simulator. I'm going to keep this short of GME probably for a few days. I just don't believe it. I don't believe that it's going to do anything from here. I may be completely wrong, but take a look at AMC. What is AMC doing? Ugly. Yes. Did he say that really, Casa? Well, before the open, it was. Yeah, I mean it. For a while. But he's not a short-term trader usually. Well, I don't even know what he is. There are other words to describe him, I'm sure, but you know what doesn't really care though is G Bio. Look at G Bio, guys. Mention this one. Maybe on a five break. It doesn't care. This is definitely an alpha stock trading on its own. The issue is, well, 555 or so is the 200-day moving right there. 555 is the 200-day moving average. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute in a bit. But before I do that, just show the information for those who are just showing up, maybe. Information you can find on my homepage. Meanwhile, look at GBio, guys. GBio on the run here. GBio on the run here. So if you click on my homepage link, you will see this right at the top here. So you want to take out a subscription. Here's a promo code you can use. But again, if you have a monthly subscription now and you would like to take out a an annual, I can get you a 25% promo if you're interested. If you do take out a subscription, and the big difference, there we go. Oh, there's a little ebook. And the difference, of course, between premium and standard is this. Premium and standard, you get this. You had a great day, really. GBIO, ALDX, Chewy on the short, Movado on the short. So pretty awesome day. Look at GBIO. The entry at 440. Right now, 515, 17% move. That's what the AI is all about, okay? No auto trading it. Just use it like a watch list. Automatically generates the symbols for you, nothing for you to do. And again, if you take out a subscription, the getting started, do that. Take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, please, that's a great free resource for you. Look at GBio, keep saying it, but look at it. Now I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. Trade of the week you can sign up for. It's free. Sent to you about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. All the education is here. Great. There's our user guide is here. And here are my scans. So the scans, these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. The only race I'm sharing right now, not sharing, but exhibiting, is this one, the large cappers. But this is a more volatile race. The first one, you can still have it. The breakouts are right here. So if you take out a subscription, please use my homepage link and my promo code. And you can save my homepage link anyway, because you can then look at my scans anytime you want and the education section. And with that, I shall put myself on mute. Your phone. Why not use Bollinger Bands instead of linear regression? I don't know. I guess I like the look of the of linear regression. I mean, I know Bollinger Bands are very similar, but I just like the look of it, I guess. It was a question in our YouTube room. No right or wrong, guys. You know, no right or wrong. Whatever you get comfortable with. So we don't have linear regression on our charts, Aussie Trader. We talked about it in the marketing meeting. It it should be added. I just don't know when. Okay. Well, we don't have them on our charts. Um, what do we have for linear regression on our? Yeah, you know, these are ones I haven't used for well ever. I don't think I've ever used the linear regression downtrend, uptrend on these different time frames. And here's the divergence. I'm only putting them on the charts, okay, lousy trader. I hate saying that. So when I click on an alert, you know, I see the lines. That's all. It's not that I'm scanning for it. First time ever joining the group. Okay, are you a new to trading or just new to trade ideas at the money? Can you hear me? First of all, can you hear me? Oh, you're new to trade ideas. So you're not new to trading as such. You have traded before. Well, first of all, if you haven't heard me say this before, I'm going to say it again then. First thing you should do, well, then there's a couple of things. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, if you haven't done this already, okay, the getting started. Now you probably already, you know, you may not have to do the download and install in your first startup and login. Okay, maybe you don't have to do that. You should know about our toolbar, the layout styles, but I would also, I mean, right here, oops, get rid of that. Introduction to scans, okay, top list windows, alert windows, okay, charts, things like that. If you haven't done this already, this is what I would do. It will take you, again, you may not have to do the download and install in your first startup and login. You can kind of click to see what these are all videos. The entire thing takes about 30 minutes. And also though, if you're a little bit new to trading, you know, I would recommend you take this trading 101. I mean, you may not have to start off right from the beginning. I mean, the first video is what is a stock, okay? But you know, as you progress through the videos, becomes more in detail, okay? So that's something you might want to do. The other thing is we've got our simulator here, and I would absolutely practice trading before you really commit money to the market. Our simulator uses this blue, excuse me, this blue window, blue box you see here is our simulator, and it uses our real-time data. So you can practice trading in here. This is what I've done here. Took a short of GME, 200 shares at 23.81. Okay. And it's 22.31 right now. So you can practice trading. If If you don't get rid of a trade at the end of the day, then you can practice swing trading here also. Are you using our downloadable application or are you using the web-based version at the money? Please say you're using the app, not the web-based version. Ah, well, okay. And is it because you're on a Mac or something, or is there any reason, or are you on a tablet? Okay, so you have a laptop, so like a PC-based laptop? I would use the app then. Download the app for sure. Okay, it's more robust. Okay, and yet then you'd have access to things like this, the races, and also the simulator. I cannot emphasize enough that you should practice trade. Anybody should practice trading before committing money to the market. And yes, lousy trader, there's no emotions when you're in a simulator. Of course not. But if you can't make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money live with real money. Okay, that's all I can say. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Meanwhile, back at the look at the SPY now, guys. We're a bit of a schizo day. Wouldn't it be pretty wild if it took out this 396. So when you say, do you have to join the membership? Now, you said you were a Trade Idea subscriber, I thought. Or no, when you say when you say you're new to Trade Ideas, you mean you don't have the program? I thought you meant you were new, like you're a new user. We're talking at the money. Maybe I misinterpreted what you meant. Okay, okay. Well, then definitely do the getting started. Okay, you can take a look at the getting started. Um, you don't have to be a user. You don't have to have a membership. At least to give you an idea. What I would do is I would take a look at again the alert windows here. So again, on my home page. So what I would do. So there's the getting started, as I said before. And this gives you an overview of what alert windows are and what top list windows are. Okay, that's sort of the main features of Trade Ideas, really. The ability to create real-time scans. But we have got. I mean, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. Okay, I'm sharing my scans that I have with everybody. You have to be a member, of course. And we also in our toolbar we have a lot of theme-based channels also, okay? All these are theme-based channels. We have a pre-market channel, an after-hours channel, stocks that are going down, momentum channel, explosive winners channel, things like that. So we have created a lot of scans for people, not necessarily who want to create their own scans. So we've created a lot of scans, and plus I'm sharing mine. Well, I mean, we do have a swing trade, but swing trading in this environment at the money is really hard. But we do have something called swing picks, and also something called the TI Trader I. But swing trading in this environment is pretty darn hard. But we do have two channels that are more or less devoted to potential swing picks. But as I say, I'm not a swing trader, so it's not like I can say, oh yeah, just you can look at these stocks. I'm not a swing trader at all. But we do have two channels that look at stocks for longer term holds. But as I say, pretty tough in this environment. I agree, stay disciplined. I absolutely agree. I know what you're saying. I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. 100%. You start off with calling yourself lousy trader, and it just becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy almost. All right, guys, back on mute. Again, I'll hop back on the mic if there are some questions. Which one are you talking about, Casa? I'm not. Yeah. What do you mean? Am I promoting? Or you're talking to Ori? Oh, I see. I see. I see. You're talking to Ori. Okay, you just have me tagged too, so that's why I. Let's take a look at Interactive Brokers has it. I don't know if he's talking about this one, Casa. I mean, this just showed up. Just showed up. Piper Sandler issues a note on the company. Short seller report flags potential issues, etc. The report is primary on the Cash App side of the business, not the Square segment, which we view as the most valuable part of the company. I don't know if you're talking about that. It doesn't say they don't have a price target of 96, but and this is not, this is from Benzinga. No, I know. I don't see that. I'm looking at Interactive Brokers headlines. I don't see that. But the only thing new, other than the company trying to defend themselves, is Piper Sandler as a broker, as a whatever you want to call them, saying, "Hey, wait a minute, we don't think it's as bad as all that." Trade the News is a, I mean, Trade the News is I think that's a paid website, isn't it? Yeah, tradethenews.com. So I don't know if that means he's got it, or somebody else posted that, and yeah, it's a squawk box. I remember that. I think you know what? I think I gave those guys a shot, and I'm talking about years ago, because it's not cheap. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I shall wrap this up today now. These weeks seem to go by so quickly. Tomorrow it's Friday already. Okay, guys, I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the main room. Get on the mic at 9 for all the other two rooms. Okay, so have a great evening, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye bye. And YouTubers, you are next.